Morning, class. I'm your substitute for, geometry. Yeah, we're not doing that.
Aren't we supposed to be doing algebra?
Not anymore. Today's presentation has 487 slides. What? Don't worry, we won't finish. We never do. Anyway, I was once a confused girl like you guys, too. But look at me now. I'm Mr. Short King with a big old fat plastic... Whoa, hey, stop throwing things. Get it. Oof. Ah, not the whiteboard. Ugh, I think class is dismissed.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? What's new? So happy to have everybody here tonight. What's up? Sherry Gatlin, how you doing? Miss Hacker, good to see you. Jay Schwartz, Kimby, Neil, what's up, Neil? Hey, Bats, what's up? That's right. Chat, like, subscribe. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. Wasted Quake Ranger was first tonight. Yeah, great to see you. I'm wearing a very special shirt tonight for everybody. I want to make sure everybody can see it here. So let's go full screen on Jim. See this? Stay cool. See? Stay cool with ice. Stay cool with ice. It says, si puedes le esto serás deportado. That's right. Stay cool with ice. Si puedes le estado serás deportado. Stay cool with ice. All right. Good one, Jim. Thanks. What's up, Iroll? Good to see you. So, yes. We have a great show for you tonight. All lined up, bunch of news, lots of news stories. We'll see how many we can get through. We'll see how many. Could be a many, could be a few. We're going to have a goal like we do every night. And that goal is for every $100 in total that comes in across all platforms, YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, becoming a member or gifting members on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, or Twitch, along with Locals Coins, Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, and Super Tips. We add it all up and we hit 100. We add an extra hour to the show. And then for each additional $100 that comes in, we'll add an additional hour to the show. So the show could be as long as you guys want it to be. It could be 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours. It could be 24 hours. It could go on. It could never end. The show could never end. It's totally up to you guys. And then when we hit $50, we activate Bellavision, unless somebody's so generous that as an individual, they give $25 or greater. And that could be like a Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, or Super Tip, or a Rumble Rant, or a, Super Chat. Wow, I don't know why my brain did that right there. Anyway. Or they could gift 5 memberships. That would be a great way to activate Bellavision. But let's get this Shizzo on the Rizode. What's up, CF Rob? 72 hours. Comic relief. We'll check that out. You need one of those shirts? These shirts are for sale on Medicare.shop. It's Mr. Medicare sells them. It's 118 degrees. Hello, Jonathan Marcos. Great to see you. Salty Sea. That's hot. That's hot. Yeah, I got this from Mr. Medicare. The grass is always greener. Yes, it is. A good one. Like the shirt. Yeah, Medicare. It's a Medicare shirt. A Mr. Medicare. Mr. Medicare shirt. So let's jump right into the first news story of the evening. All right. That's what we will do. The first one. All right. Good evening, everyone. Just coming over from Robstream. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for coming over from Robstream. We greatly appreciate it. That's what we like. We like everybody coming over from Robstream. We really like it. Why does my camera seem off today? I don't know. My mic is in the wrong spot. But anyway, 104 there. Wow, that's hot. That's hot. So Trump reverses the orders halting the ICE vehicle stops. That's what he does. Trump reverses it. He's like, no. We are not going to deal with that. ICE, no stoppy icy. We're gonna stop the cars. That's how we're gonna work. We're gonna stop the cars. Why is this thing not? So why am I off kilter? That's better, I guess. I don't know. I'm having issues here. So Trump reverses the orders. So President Trump has reversed the temporary halt, a severe restriction on immigration officers performing vehicle stops after 2 such stops turned deadly. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers were reportedly very unhappy at the sudden rule change, as vehicle stops are among their most effective ways to catch suspects. Trump agreed with them and noted that government cannot play into the hands of criminals and violent attackers. That's right. We can't do that. The men and women of ICE are doing a great job, one that has to be done, Trump insisted on Wednesday in a post on Truth Social. They haven't seen this kinds of numbers in decades. The open border policy of Sleepy Joe Biden allowed 25 million people to pour into our country unchecked and unvetted. Many were criminals, and we have to get them out. This led him to the main point of his post. In order to do this, we must be strong, tough, and smart, and we cannot give up one of ICE's most important and effective crime-fighting tools, the traffic stop. Once we do, we are playing into the criminals' hands. The radical left, Democrats, demon rats, Dumbocrats, Democrats, whatever you want to call them. The radical left, they want to just destroy ICE, and we are not going to let them have it. It's not going to happen. Not on my watch. We're going to be fair, judicious, and smart. We're going to go back to doing their jobs. That's right. Crime stats got to keep coming. Record numbers, bringing them up. Remember, you are loved and respected. Thank you for your attention to this matter. What's up, LSD? How you doing? None of your business. Good to see you. What's up? Rules for thee. Yes, I know what you mean. Rules for thee. Totally. So that's good news. I was a little worried last night. I have to admit, I was how should they say disheartened, disheartened maybe. I don't know. What is going on here? Why did this one not work? I don't know why that didn't work. Anyway, thank you. Got that one finally. All right, got it going on. Hey, thanks to everybody. You was yeeted? Yeeted from where? Yeeted out of here? Rob sent you. Thank you. Hey, what's up? Richard Tatership, thank you for being here. Raid. Thank you. Watch your raid. Thank you so much, everybody that came over. Yes, we're talking about the first news story of the evening. I want everyone to recognize I'm wearing a very special shirt this evening. I'll show everybody again since everybody came over from the raid. This is my very special Stay Cool with Ice shirt. Si puedo le estado serás diputado. There you go. Stay cool with ice. Stay cool with ice. Ice, baby. These shirts are for sale at Medicare.shopify. Medicare.shop. Mr. Medicare store. Border Czar Tom Homan on Tuesday said that he personally verified ICE agents do not have to receive extensive training on traffic stops, and he thought that further training was not necessary. The problem is the illegal alien criminals, not with the federal officers. That's right. I'm so sorry you were disheartened. Well, I was disheartened about the stops. I was disheartened about the stops, but then they bringing them back. So, hey, early Bella, thank you. Wow, Wow, Lisa Day, thank you so much. So we'll bring Bella right into the stage. There she is. Let me get her camera fixed. Thank you so much for that. It is greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. Let me fix her camera. Why is it going that way? There she is. There she is. Yes, we're here. Thank you, Natalie Ray. Thank you for being here. Wow, with that means, folks, we are now just $75 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you. Good times and good people. Thank you. Just Rhonda. Good to see you. Our cheerleaders can't be disheartened. Well, I'm not anymore. I feel better now that they reinstated them. Are you okay? Disheartened? Thank you. Such a cool shirt. Yes. Have a great evening. You too, Gigi's mom. Awesome to have you here. Look at this. Watchers Raid. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for the 2. That means, folks, we are now just 73 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. The show works on your generosity. The show's about 2 hours long, but for each and every $100 in total that comes in, we add an extra hour to the show. Hey, nice shirt. Thank you so much. I love that. Oh, crap. I can read Spanish. Part. La migra. Yes. Woohoo. Can't fly my ice emoji in a different chat. Well, 2 pro-ICE protesters attacked in LA, and local press blamed them. My phone was about to go through on my TV when Arturo showed up. Okay. Yeah. Jim is Vanilla Ice. Vanilla Jim. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Lisa, for Bella. Thank you so much. Lurch Linger, awesome to see you. How you doing? Had to take your dog out for a hot minute. Hey, what's up, Doan? Thanks for being here. Duck Fat, good to see you. Gundam Zig, awesome. I think I'll make myself an ice t-shirt. Yes. Nice ice baby. Yes. Thank you. So what caused all the furor to begin with? About a week ago, ICE in Houston tried to stop a Mexican illegal alien named Lorenzo Salgado Arguero, who weaponized his car against the agents, causing one officer to shoot him. And then on July 3rd, a Colombian illegal alien tried to run over ICE agents during a vehicle stop, causing the agent to shoot through the windshield and kill the alien. The 2 attacks highlight the constant near deadly assaults on federal immigration officers. It just keeps happening, and the left and the Dems just want it to keep happening. You got politicians like Seth Moulton calling for, attacks on ICE. Get out here and fight and do stuff. Yeah. Oilo bueno. Yes, thank you. Muchas gracias. They found meth in the guy in Houston's car. Yeah, it's strange, right? The guy had meth, and he didn't want to stop for the cops. It's odd how that happens, isn't it? It turns out that way when they find meth, and it's like, wow, why wouldn't he want to stop? Well, maybe because he had meth in the car. Maybe. That's usually what happens. Yeah. The Department of Homeland Security leadership put a temporary freeze on vehicle stops with the excuse that they need more training. The White House disagreed. The likelihood is that Trump heard opinions from people who have done a lot of field work, like Holman, warning him that ending almost all vehicle stops would make it much more difficult for ICE to do its job. That's what would happen. Sun tea is best with ice, baby. That's right. It sure is. That is correct. And speaking of numerous ICE sources, most are expressing frustrations this will cause their arrest numbers to fall off a cliff, which is what would happen. So Trump made the right call on resuming the vehicle stops, which he sure did. That's got to happen. You can't do it. We can't have it. So yeah, Trump orders traffic stops to continue after they were suspended. Trump says ICE should resume traffic stops after deadly Maine encounter. Trump reverses DHS policy, orders ICE to resume vehicle stops. I hate this. I have to disable my ad blocker, otherwise they won't play the video.
A big change in immigration enforcement. ICE agents are now being instructed to pause most of their vehicle stops nationwide, only targeting people with serious or violent criminal histories. The move follows 2 recent officer-involved shootings in Maine and Texas. However, Border Czar Tom Homan says this is only a temporary pause. Listen.
That decision was made by the secretary along with leadership at ICE. But look, it's not a policy change. It's a temporary pause. Look, we had the last couple of shootings, ICE leadership along with DHS believes they want to look at these last couple of incidents and look, is there something that could have been done better? Is there any training that can be improved? Or it's simply ICE doing their job and and bad things happen when people don't comply with law enforcement officers.
Joining us now is the right man for the job, former senior advisor to Tom Homan, Todd Bensman. Todd, thank you very much for joining the program. How will this temporary pause impact immigration enforcement in the country?
I don't think it really will. I think this is just a prudent management decision to kind of just check things out. There have been a few of these in a row. Make sure that training is following tactics and vice versa. I think that vehicle stops make up a very large part of ICE arrests. This is happening in blue jurisdictions, blue cities, blue states, where local police are not allowed to do cooperative actions with ICE. And it just forces ICE into these situations where they're the
the thing that was most upsetting to me about this, let me just say it right now, was because the remark from the office from Mark Wayne Mullin or whoever saying that, oh, if you're going to do traffic stops, you have to get, like local law enforcement partners to help you. The problem is that in the vast majority of the districts where you have to do this stuff, they don't allow them to help you do anything. So they won't even come and help them when they're under attack. They're not going to help them pull somebody over. So it was a joke. It was an outright joke. And if it was, if it was from, like they're saying Susan Collins told Mark Wayne Mullin to have them get help. So that's why I'm glad that Trump said, no, we're not doing this. We're going to make the stops and we're going to do it because that's what needs to happen. They all have to go home. Get ICE agents the tire boot. It's really the fault of local police. It is. Yeah, right. They might not get support, but they can do it. Yeah, they can do it. That's what I'm saying. Let them do it. They don't need to wait for local police to come help them. They're federal law enforcement. Kofi 2A, thanks for holding it down on the kick. Great to see you. It's not a huge deal whether they stop a car or go to a residence. Well, that's the thing. They get inside a residence, though, and then they have to get a warrant to go inside and get the people. Issue is beyond just states,
the ones that have to do it, often in unmarked cars. And also you've got blue jurisdiction elected officials who are out there, urging people to run and evade. And also NGOs and, local activists are urging them to run. It's all a pretty bad situation.
So you just said that vehicle stops play a large role in ICE arrest. How can that be true while also forecasting that this will not have a big impact?
Well, the reason I think it's not going to have a big impact is because this is a temporary pause. Mr. Homan just said so. The agency will get things back on track. If they need to do more training, they'll do more training. I just came out of ICE. I know those guys, and I think that they are prudent managers, and they understand that there was a pattern here that needs to be looked at. It flagged, they're looking at it, and I think it'll be back on track. If they need to do more training or something different, they will implement that.
Yeah, Homan pushed back on the idea that detainments will drop, saying that ICE can go to a home and arrest an illegal migrant before they get in their car. However, former acting ICE director Jonathan Fahey had this to say about the importance of vehicle stops.
Yeah, that's the thing. Criminals need to know that there's consequences, that they're not going to get coddled and protected. We got some other stories we'll talk about the lies and complaints that are coming from the left. Basically they got a study that came out I have zero sympathy for them either, but a study that Berkeley put out claiming that every time that ICE has ever used crowd control devices during the riots and in these facilities, that they violated the Constitution. They abused people's rights. That they never had any reason to deploy tear gas or, rubber bullets or anything. It's a joke. It's a total joke.
Let's listen here.
Most times law enforcement interacts with a suspect, with a defendant. It's typically in a vehicle. And sometimes that may be the easiest way to approach somebody or also the easiest way to identify somebody. ICE has to be able to do this because if illegal aliens or criminals know they won't be pursued or won't be stopped in vehicles, that's going to make more of these happen rather than less.
Based on your experience and understanding how the training process works, how long do you expect this temporary pause to last?
I mean, it's hard to say. There'll be internal reviews. They're going to be checking to make sure. By the way, this is not some sort of a statement or indictment of guilt or wrongdoing by the officers. It's too early for that, for these cases.
Well, I'm going to side with the officers, because anytime someone gets in the car and uses it, if any of us, anybody listening to this show did that to any police officer, the odds are better than 50-50 you're getting shot. Like, I would put it 80-90%. If you drive at a cop in your car, you're getting shot. Well, you're getting shot at. Maybe you won't get hit, but you're getting shot at. They're going to try to stop you, stop the car, if they think you're driving at them. If they in any way, shape, or form afraid for their lives, they're gonna take you. That's just the way it is. You can't expect them to, basically put themselves in danger to try and say, well, I don't want to shoot this guy in a car. Maybe he doesn't understand. No, you're in a car. A car is a weapon. You aim a car at anybody, you're meaning to hurt them really bad. So, and this is a great article about saying that demonizing ICE is a losing strategy. Come on, man. Why does it seem like it's only white women that are protesting? It's a lot of them. A lot of them. I don't know. I don't get it. The protesters cause distraction, which causes dangerous situations. Yes. It's the idiots know that the Latino and Muslim illegals they want to protect are in the majority against the LGBT, ABCDIFG, Calo QQQ pluses. Who knows? How long until the judge reverses? Immediately fires the judge. Well, the judge can't reverse it. That's the thing. Like, it's really, why is Joe out protesting? I don't know. You saw that? That was crazy. That was Joe out there protesting. But the Supreme Court has already said, like, anytime that's anything to do with any type of executive power, the president has control. Like, the statute doesn't override the Constitution. And I believe that the statute that gives these judges this authority to do this is unconstitutional. And if they really want to push that fact, it's going to get ruled unconstitutional. And they're going to have to figure something out. What's it say? We've been having trouble finding news shows for Friday, so we'll probably get you then. Oh, okay. I don't know what that means. Remember the song, I Fought the Law and the Law Won. 19th Amendment is your answer. Someone has apparently told the Democrats that they should run against ICE in 2026, which is, if that's what they want to do, that's what they think. Someone has apparently told them. Maybe it's the same fellow who told them that defunding the police was a winning slogan. So in 2026, Democrats have jumped on demonizing the masked men and beating up on ICE. It plays well on that side and will likely keep the primary challenge away. But how will it bode in general elections? Joe is everywhere. Joe is everything. Yes. And Joe is love and justice. Yes. You need to get Jim every night. That's right. On all your channels. So, but yeah. Democrats are forced to debate this issue and they'd rather avoid it, from defunding ICE to men competing with women. How does ICE play with real people? With nothing else to run on, Democrats appear to think that that'll be enough for them to win. In their campaigns, Democrats across the country are responding to anger felt by many communities. If they can sustain today's anger, as the argument goes, voters will turn out in droves to clip the Trump administration's wings in the last 2 years. But there's a multitude of reasons why this strategy isn't going to work. Yes. Oh, for the raid. Okay, I get you. All right. I didn't get one. I didn't get one this week. Oh, all right, whatever. The same people that told Hillary to go for the popular vote too, no doubt. The Democrats' social things is going to tank before 2028 in New York City. Oh yes, the socialists, the commies. I think it's going to be an issue. They're gonna run into some major problems. Just Rana says, I thought Joe Biden had late stage, end stage prostate cancer. Not that I want anyone to have cancer. It's a horrific disease. Yeah, but I don't know. I think maybe they said that. Like, I don't know. I think they said that just so people would leave him alone, because he's still writing books and stuff. So November's a long way off. Anything can happen. Deportations aren't necessarily a winning issue for Democrats. Polls on this are decidedly mixed. A new clear opinion research finds that 48% of respondents say immigration policy is worse than a year ago. The public is still far more supportive of Trump approach than Biden's approach by a 43 to 28 margin. So it's complicated. The public still supports Trump's approach, and as a typical voter, does not want to see law enforcement demonized. Who wrote his book? The Auto Pen. Definitely. Maybe we should ask a different question. Should ICE agents be attacked when they are doing their jobs? Should local police protect ICE agents or keep angry protesters from them? That would be a good question to ask. I never witnessed anyone get a chance to die from a big C, just the treatments. The big casino. The Democrats are banking on Minneapolis being reflective of the country when it comes to ICE, and it's not. We've seen ICE operations in West Virginia, New Orleans, Memphis, and other places. Those operations went smoothly because ICE and local authorities worked together. In other words, ICE did not have to walk around neighborhoods for their targeted operations in those places. What is going on? Why is this? Get out of here. What? From Schumer to just about every other Democrat, the party's embracing anti-ICE rhetoric. I understand, but it's not smart. So it's not smart. ICE is gonna, ICE is not the enemy. And this is that story I was talking about. ICE misused crowd control weapons against protesters 412 times within 1 year. These people are crazy. If you compare the deaths of Obama's deportations compared to Trump's, there's no contest. Biden's book will only be found in the fiction section. Forgot about that. Oh, okay. Sorry. Is actually going to be about the story, or is it going to be about something else? Probably not.
Welcome back to Sunrise on the Hill.
Here's our top stories if you are just now joining us. The sister of the late...
The sister, yeah. Lindsey Graham's sister is now the senator. So a new report shows that ICE officers engaged in misuse of force against individuals at immigration protests 412 times. I don't buy it. The report was authored by the Physicians for Human Rights and the Human Rights Center at the University of California, Berkeley. Womp, womp, womp. Well, that alone tells me that it's not to be listened to. Wait. What am I doing here? Okay, I think I got it. All right. Weird how they know everything across the country. It is, isn't it? Isn't it? I think so. So ICE did not respond. A majority of the cases occurred in Los Angeles with 174 reports of misuse at the public demonstrations. So when they were throwing firebombs and lighting stuff on fire in LA, they're saying that they shouldn't have done anything. Why are ICE involved in crowd control? Oh, because the local police and stuff aren't doing their job and they're refusing to do it. And then when Trump tried to send the National Guard there to do security, everybody fought him tooth and nail, and judges said he couldn't do it. So Minneapolis saw the second highest ever with 94 incidents. The data shows crowd control weapons misuse was not uniform in time and space, but rather occurred in discrete waves, and it moved from city to city. Oh, so it means the more when they were attacked. That's even worse than the Williams Institute at UCLA. Oh, I know. So the initial wave occurred exclusively in LA, followed by a spike in Chicago, and subsequently in Minneapolis. Wow, so it was probably sending the Marines. That's what I say. So it was probably when these protesters, got bussed in to do this stuff. We're going basically, it's the protesters that moved from area to area causing the problems, not ICE. Mass protests in opposition to the removals were sparked, like with the No Kings movement. Oh, and the 5501 group. Oh. States with high levels of immigration enforcement, such as Arizona, Texas, Georgia, and Florida, have almost no incidents. Well, why is that? Oh, because the local police in those places actually step up and do their job. Yes, Antifa has a chapter in Minnesota. Yes, he does. While other enforcement operations within this timer did not result in the crowd control usage, the vast majority of incidents occurred in 5 cities. The cities where the police refused to do their jobs. And so ICE was forced to. Wow. So chemical irritants, tear gas is what they're complaining about. So whatever. So just so you know, this is what they're trying to do. This is what they're trying to put out. They're trying to, this came out just in time for the Democrats to try to use this in the midterms. That's what this is all about. Mm-hmm. You know, here's the thing. Berkeley Human Rights Center investigating the misuse of crowd control weapons. Why wouldn't you just investigating the use, not the misuse? Wouldn't you? See, that's the thing. You're kind of showing your hand when you say you're investigating the misuse. It means you've already determined that they weren't supposed to do it. See, you weren't investigating the usage. You were investigating the misuse because it's already determined. Well, that's where that is. And then to come on top of that, you have detainees at the ICE facility in Texas report frequent beatings and other human rights abuses. So you mean to tell me, can't we outlaw Antifa? Yeah, I don't see why not. Wait. Mass protests? No. Yeah, well, that's what they're doing. It's not a mass protest. No, it's not. It's a riot. Is what it is, a riot. Thanks to independent journalists, we were able to watch live the protests. We could see all the local law enforcement didn't intervene and how else were ICE agents supposed to follow through with their work. They're not. Yes, Antifa is already outlawed according to the Constitution. That is correct. It's less than 0.04% of the population. Yeah. So this is another bullshit. It's just these people are saying this. Is there any evidence to back up their claims? You know, they're clearly liars because a lot of them lied and cheated and they broke into the country. So they're already to not be trusted. Didn't Trump label Antifa a terrorist organization? Yes, he did. Rubio's going after Antifa's revenue stream. I doubt their arguments are going to move anyone except their loyal, useful idiots. Well, that's all they want to do. They want to be using. Antifa is a designated terrorist organization. Antifa not terrorist gang yet? No, they're terrorists. Yeah. I thought Antifa was labeled a terrorist. They are. They probably consider every time ICE has to pepper spray these idiots a misuse. Well, yeah, that's what they did every time. But only in LA, only in Chicago, only in the cities where the police didn't help. Odd, right? You can see the two. So dozens of people held at the Immigration Customs Enforcement facility in Texas say they were either beaten by guards or witnessed others being beaten, according to a new report. Yes, it's ultra rare Jim t-shirt appearance. Yes, it's a special t-shirt. It's a special t-shirt. It says ICE, stay cool. ICE, baby. Se puedos le estados aceras deportado. Yes. You know what's crazy? El Salvador arrested 2% of the men and the murder rate went to 0. Yes. Yes. That's what we need. Honestly, I think we need to do something like that here. Hey, NASCAR Mo, good to see you. Mass aiding and abetting is what I see. Yes, I see it all the time. Thank you. So the 84-page report issued by the Human Rights Watch and American Civil Liberties Union. Oh, another Human Rights Watch. Wow. Yes, nice shirt. I know, it is nice, isn't it? Nice shirt. Hey, Pam Graham, good to see you. So they say, now they're saying they're denied necessary medical care, forced to live in filthy conditions, fed inedible meals. And detainees also said they were prevented from contacting their lawyers or family members. Of the 71 detainees contacted over a 5-month period, 64, or about 90%, said they had either personally been assaulted or had seen others physically abused. What do they mean? If they're told to move somewhere and they say no and they start resisting or refusing to go somewhere and so they put hands on them, that's assault. Means you were like, an assault means you were used like, verbally. It can be like, doesn't mean battered. Right? They're twisting around the words. Yeah, let's vote on a 0 murder rate. Yeah. So ICE Camp East Montana is a human rights disaster, says Angelica Cesar, a fellow at Human Rights Watch, and the ACLU, who's a lead researcher. The U.S. government should shut it down. Homeland Security, which includes ICE, did not respond. New accounts of violence and substandard living conditions are consistent with earlier reports the Associated Press and others reported. Oh, yeah, remember how they said all the stuff they said about Alligator Alcatraz? That's why I know they're full of shit. They were complaining that it was too cold. The air conditioning worked too good in Alligator Alcatraz. That's what they complained about. Yeah. And they didn't have running water because everything was, used in they trucked in water and they had porta potties and like they wouldn't let them do anything permanent. It was all temporary. So they had like temporary bathroom facilities and everything, but it's a lie. Looking at someone is assault now. Yeah. So at least 3 detainees held at the fitness facility since it opened in August have died. Oh, really? Including a 54-year-old Cuban migrant who was handcuffed and stopped breathing earlier after being held down by guards. What killed him though? Is this their George? Is this going to be their Jorge Floydo? Jorge Floydo? Local medical examiner later ruled the death a homicide, and a federal report last month said evidence the case was missing or destroyed. That report by the GAO found mismanagement by the Department of Homeland Security. Oh. Suffering millions of wasted tax dollars. Oh, you don't say. In March, ICE replaced Acquisition Logistics, the prime contractor that had been awarded a deal last year worth up to $1.3 billion to build and manage the camp. The Virginia company had no prior experience in running an ICE detention facility. Well, who does have prior experience? Was there a bunch of people running? ICE detention facilities under Biden? No. 64 people watched the same assault. Yeah. If it's a minority that a lunatic, why does it seem like the majority always tolerates them? I don't know. What's up, Sylvie? Great to see you. Democrats and other weirdos should watch the documentary Why Australians Do with the Legal Aliens. Kid that works with me, his girlfriend is 100% convinced her brown illegal cousins are being put in concentration camps from the video she watches online. PSYOP needs shut down. Yes, it's crazy. So the change came after they reviewed documented 49 deficiency, which is defined as violations of detention standards in areas including the use of force and restraints. So detainees were counted degrading and inhumane living conditions. Degrading. Oh, they called me some names. Degrading. Yeah, mosquito is the second Minnesota state bird. People describe receiving spoiled food and inconsistent meal schedules with delays of up to 12 hours between meals. Well, I mean, here's the thing too, if there's protests outside and they're blocking getting food and stuff in, then they're causing the problem. Report recounts detainees saying guards beat detainees in response to hunger strikes. Really beat them, or were they trying to feed them? Well, they held me down and tried to force to feed me. Oh, okay. Human Rights Watch called on the Trump administration to close Camp Montana. Yes, they just want all the camps closed. That's what they want. They're going to come up with all these excuses to try to force the camps closed because they don't want anybody deported. They don't want anybody detained. This is their plan. That's what they want. Everything they're doing is to get to the goal of no deportations, amnesty. They all get to stay. That's what they want. So you have to look at everything they say through that lens. Hey, what's up, Garfield? Well, Jim, with the war in Iran back on, gas prices are increasing again. Not good. Well, it is what it is. They're going to level out. It'll be fine. Knock them out, then feed them. Yeah, well, that's what they have to do, really. I think they're describing the J6 prisoners. Yeah, where was the ACLU and Human Rights Watch with the stuff that was happening to the J6 prisoners? Oh, they didn't care because politically they didn't give a shit about them. 1 meal a day diet is healthful. Yeah, that's what I say. I hear a lot of crying. I don't hear a lot of solutions. That's what I'm saying, right? Yeah, get out. That's the quickest solution. They could just get out. So the documented abuses at Fort Bliss are the predictable outcome, is it, of the mass deportation agenda? No, the mass deportation agenda would say that a bunch of people get deported. If they're not here, if the conditions are so bad, they can leave. Yeah, they can always go home. It's not supposed to be a fucking hotel. I mean, I know they're used to staying in 5-star hotels because that's what the demon rats were doing in, California, New York, and Illinois, and, massive two shits and all these other demon rat states. They were, putting them in 4- and 5-star hotels at $500, $600, $700 a night that we were all paying for. This ain't hotels. It's a prison. You get 3 hots and a cot. I mean, that's the way it is. Go home. That's right. Go home. Solutions are the establishment's enemy. Yes, that's right. Why not just extract the hallelujah from a key few figures and lock up the whole bunch? Yeah, well, that's what I say. Fort Piss is bad for everybody. I know I was posted there. Well, go fix your own country. There you go. Send them to Hotel California where they can never leave. I just wish Trump would commit to a path. He says they're being bombed to the Stone Age one day, and the next day he's saying the talks with them are going well. I don't. Here's the thing. I don't know. I mean, we'll talk about it in a few minutes about the stuff. I mean, it seems like they're hitting them hard in a lot of places. So I like I said, I was saying a month ago, shit or get off the pot. Either bomb them, get rid of them completely, or make a deal. You can't have both. Joe says, when I crossed the border, I was not put in a 5-star hotel. Is it because I'm a citizen? Who can I sue? Maybe. Mhm. Yes, we want you to fix your country. That's right. Go fix your country. Mhm. Mhm. So definitely that's what's going on there with that. And then another news, we had Trump's pick to be the DNI locking horns with demon rats in the Senate. Uh, how's everybody feeling tonight? We've been going 40 minutes already. I didn't realize, man, this show's going fast. But is everybody feeling good? Anyone hungry? A little peckish? You need a little bit of protein to get you by? Well, then you should head on over to the King of Biltong at www.biltongusa.com and use promo code Jim to save 10% off. Those 8-ounce bags make excellent gifts. If you like a little spice, check out the Peri Peri. If you like a lot of spice, check out the Ghost Pepper or the Reaper. It's very, very spicy, but very good. They also have some sausages, cabanasa, drawers. They have cakes, candies, cookies, and snacks from all around the world to tide you over and make you feel full and special. It's all made 100% in the U.S. with U.S. beef. The Biltong is. And it tastes great and it's good for you. So head on over to www.biltongusa.com and use promo code Jim and save 10%. Tell them Jim sent you. Argentina is fixing their cluster, so is El Salvador. The rest can do the same. That's right. That's right. The Iranians have no intention of honoring a deal. Well, that's why then they just got to get rid of them until maybe it's time to just, I don't know, anybody wearing a uniform becomes a target. Maybe. Do they deliver to detention centers? It's a little too pricey to send to the detention centers. It's not cheap, but it's good stuff. You get what you pay for, as they say. Yes. So yeah, Jay Clayton clashed with these idiots. So Trump's pick to lead the intelligence committee, the nation's intelligence apparatchik, appeared in front of the Senate Intelligence Committee. U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton, who serves as the Southern District of New York, wants to be the permanent nominee to the Director of National Intelligence. During the hearing, he was grilled by several demon rats who wanted him to confirm that Joe Biden won the 2020 election after what they view as DNI Tulsi Gabbard and her replacement Bill Pulte seemingly questioning the results. I mean, didn't they learn the lesson about not questioning results? Renewed negotiations with Iran's current regime is the definition of insanity. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I think just you have to keep hitting. You have to keep hitting. So I want to see, is there a video with the highlights? All right, I have it here, I think. So Jay Clayton is one of the most qualified nominees ever, is what Cotton says. So here are some highlights of his testimony. Why is this not working? What is happening? The video is not playing. What is happening? This is ridiculous. This is bad. I'm sorry. I got to figure out what's happening here. Why my video is not playing. What is wrong here? Let me find it. I got to find it somewhere else. I'm sorry.
Good morning. This hearing will come to order. I want to welcome all of you to today's hearing on the nomination of Mr. Jay Clayton to be the Director of National Intelligence. Before we begin, I would also like to recognize the devastating loss we all suffered over the weekend. On behalf of this committee, pay tribute to our former colleague, Lindsey Graham. Though Lindsey didn't serve on the Intelligence Committee, as a former chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, he was a part of our extended family, and he was obviously a champion for intelligence officers just as he was for our troops. He was a true partner on issues such as FISA, FBI, DOJ oversight. Lindsey ensured the intelligence community had the resources needed to confront our adversaries. Lindsey was a true patriot who led with courage, loyalty, and relentless optimism during his time both as an airman in the Air Force and in the United States Congress. In remembrance of Senator Lindsey Graham's lifetime of service, I invite the members of this committee to honor our colleague and friend by living up to the example he set and carrying forward his love for God and for country. We also welcome his sister and new senator, Darlene, who we all had the occasion to meet yesterday, and who I know will carry forward his legacy in a way that would make him immensely proud, as he always was proud of his young sister. Today's hearing is an opportunity to consider Mr. Clayton's qualifications. So I'd like to welcome him and his wife, Gretchen, to the Senate Intelligence Committee. Mr. Clayton, thank you for once again answering the call to public service. To your family and loved ones, including those watching from home, thank you for your support during this process. I want to state for the record that Mr. Clayton has provided answers.
I figured it out. It was my damn. Sorry.
To our standard 40-page committee questionnaire. He has answered in writing more than 200 advanced questions for the record as well. He has completed his FBI background investigation. He has met with most members of this committee, and he has provided more than 5 years of tax returns. This is no small feat, but was helped in large part by the fact that this was his third time through the process. I want to thank all of those persons and organizations who worked to move his nomination at very fast speeds. That includes our committee staff, the staff at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the FBI, the Office of Government Ethics, and the White House Counsel's Office. I'd also like to offer my prayers to outgoing Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard's husband, Abraham, as he battles cancer.
All right, let's see. Here's some highlights now of this.
Jay Clayton, President Trump's pick to be the next Director of National Intelligence. Clayton would succeed Bill Pulte, President Trump's controversial choice to fill in temporarily following the resignation of Tulsi Gabbard. Let's go ahead and bring in CBS News congressional reporter Torian Small. So one subject that kept coming up is the relitigation of the 2020 election, where multiple senators asked Clayton who won. And I'm not sure that we got a yes or no answer from him or an exact answer. It sort of seemed like he tried to avoid having to answer that question.
Sure, and I think that's been the through line for Democrats when it comes to these Trump appointments, right? Time and time again, they've used the same prompt. Did Joe Biden win the 2020 election? And as we saw with Clayton in this hearing, they were very unsatisfied with this very measured.
I have YouTube Premium, so I don't have ads on YouTube videos. It was for whatever. It was CBS. It was blocking me from videos on CBS. Blood ads. We need blockers. Yes. You want all his last physicals, yes. Darlene. Is that his sister's name, Darlene? Yeah. Anthony Scalia vibes. I was immediately suspicious of the stuff with Lindsey Graham just because he just came back from Ukraine. It's like, wait, he just came back from Ukraine? Less than 24 hours later, he's dead? Like, I don't know. I mean,
been calculated response. He says Joe Biden was certified, similar to what we've been hearing from other Trump appointees. The problem with that, though, is Democrats are making the case or underscoring that these people put in these very high-ranking agencies and departments are in line with the president, further underscoring their concern that there isn't an air of independence to these departments and agencies. As it relates to Clayton, he said flat out that he's not an election denier when asked that question by Senator Warner. But it was a back and forth with Senator Ossoff that got especially heated when he refused to restate his previously said answer, which was he believes that Joe Biden was certified, not necessarily that Joe Biden won. Other really standout moments during this hearing was a back and forth with Senator Wyden and Clayton when Wyden pressed him on his signing of a subpoena for 4 New York Times journalists for reporting on the vulnerabilities associated with the new Air Force One that was gifted from Qatar. This was one that Clayton really didn't want to answer, saying that this is a matter of a national security investigation. But when pressed on this, he said that he does respect the First Amendment. Wyden left that hearing pretty early before it adjourned, and he told the press, he told us that he was very unhappy with this answer and his back and forth with Clayton on this, saying that he essentially flunked his answers when it comes to his questions. He was asked whether or not he would support Clayton for his confirmation, ultimately voting on him. And while he didn't say no, he again reiterated that he felt that he did not answer sufficiently to quell any concerns he had about him.
All right, let's circle back to what we're talking about in terms of 2020.
Circle back.
Let's go ahead and listen to an exchange between Senator Ossoff and Clayton.
Yes or no? Did the President of the United States pardon a convicted narco trafficker?
Yes.
Who won the 2020 election?
I'm not going to do this with you.
You refuse to answer a basic question about who won a presidential election, but you asked to lead America's intelligence community? Isn't it humiliating to be unable to answer this question, to have to indulge the president's delusions? We know, you know, everybody in this room knows the truthful answer to that question. Why can you not give it?
I think I gave you the answer.
Are you aware that Director Gabbard was present at the Fulton County raid in Georgia earlier this year?
You discussed that with me yesterday in your office.
The first time you learned that Director Gabbard was present at that raid was in my office yesterday?
It was the first time that in my recollection I've thought about it recently. Now, was I aware of it before?
What?
You brought it to my attention yesterday.
Okay.
I had not
so
thought,
you had not known
I had not thought about it until you brought it to my attention yesterday.
Your answers lack credibility. Your testimony lacks credibility. You're being evasive and you're not being candid or forthright. And everybody across the country is going to watch this and know that.
What does the duties have to do with the DNI? Because they're coming up with all types of information. Like, go figure. The fucking election was fucked up, and everybody knows it. Biden did not get 81 million votes. They packed the fucking ballots. They stuffed it. They did what they had to do to win. This fucking guy probably wasn't elected either in Georgia. Like, how did they strangely win to, the only votes for these Democrats, but yet everyone else is a Republican that wins statewide in Georgia? Weird. Ossoff is going down and he knows it. I hope so. This is the first in my recollection. Yeah, it's kind of a weird question. One is an investigation, the other is an opinion. Yeah. It's also known the intelligence community will get you. Yeah.
Certainly a spicy moment there. Given what we're hearing, what are his chances of being confirmed here?
Well, it's curious. I mean, we haven't really seen any major pushback from Republicans, even though they have a majority. It's still quite thin. So 1 or 2 defectors could essentially squash his chances from getting across the finish line. The thing about this, though, is the reason why he's testifying today is because President Trump interfered in this process. He was set to go before this panel a month ago.
Trump interfered.
There was seemingly a bipartisan appetite to advance him and confirm him sooner than later because of his interim or his predecessor's interim replacement in Bill Pulte, who has no experience or background in the intel community. That was cause for concern from both Republicans and Democrats, which is why they were looking to fast track him. They were also looking to quickly pass forth legislation that will reauthorize some very significant portions of FISA, a national or tool used for the intel community when it comes to surveillance. That was ultimately put on hold because President Trump wanted Senate Republicans to advance the Save America Act, his national voter ID law, as well as concurrently confirm his replacement, Clayton's replacement in his current role. Now that there's been some time, Democrats are having an opportunity to thoroughly grill him. We're seeing a lot more of those Democrats come out and say that they're uncertain about his futures, even though we haven't heard from Republicans.
All right. Well, here I have this. Well, we're going to bounce around in this. I have the actual whole video now.
Answer for the record will suffice. 1, do you agree to appear before the committee here or in other venues when invited?
Yes.
2, if confirmed, do you agree to send officials from your office to appear before the committee and
very
designated
unbiased.
staff when invited?
Yes.
3, do you agree to provide documents or any other materials requested by the committee in order for it to carry out its oversight and legislative responsibilities?
Yes.
4, will you ensure that your office and your staff provide such material to the committee when requested?
Yes, I will. Humbled by this nomination and grateful for the opportunity to continue serving our country. I also want to thank my wife, Gretchen, and our children for their support and their commitment to public service.
Okay, cool. Let's see here. That's his first opening statement. Let's see some questions.
1, national security related U.S. Attorney's Office in the country. Can you speak to your interaction specifically with the intelligence community as part of these investigations and how critical intelligence community collection was for informing the evidence you obtained to pursue convictions in these cases?
Thank you. The short answer is extremely critical. And in the examples that you mentioned, the examples that Senator Rounds mentioned, whether it's Maduro and Carvajal, whether it's al-Sadi, the I'll just say multifaceted terrorists who we've recently
There are all
captured,
kinds of pop clicks with this audio.
and our drug interdiction efforts, combating cartels and the flow of deadly drugs. The intelligence community is essential to our prosecutions in all of those cases. And if I may, it's the only game in town. The United States intelligence community combating those global threats is essential, not just for the U.S., but as was mentioned in Senator Rounds' remarks, keeping our European colleagues safe as well.
Thank you. You also mentioned your time at the SEC. Now, in my neck of the woods, that's the country's best football conference. But here we're talking about the Securities and Exchange Commission. I think most observers would think, well, that's for the stock markets, and a Wall Street lawyer goes in and hopefully gets fees down and markets do well and combats fraud, maybe tackles new issues like cryptocurrency. But I think some viewers would be surprised at the amount of national security related matters you had to confront at the SEC as well. Could you just go into a little bit more detail on that front too?
Sure. Starting at the top, national security and economic security are synonymous. National security and market function and market integrity are synonymous. Our financial infrastructure is essential to our security as a nation. Going beyond that, understanding the economic implications of actions and the likely knock-on effects is a big part of what I believe the intelligence community should be providing to the consumers of information. Understanding the economic consequences of actions is an essential part of intelligence, and it's something that I engaged in frequently at the SEC.
And while the Office of the Director of National Intelligence was set up in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks and the context of wars in the Middle East, isn't that particularly true as we think about our struggle for mastery with China and also checking Russian aggression around the world, that economic matters are vitally important when we're facing traditional nation-state actors like Russia and China?
Senator Cotton, Chair Cotton, I could not agree more that our adversaries not only look at kinetic and other what I would call traditional ways to harm Americans, they look at economic ways to harm Americans.
Thank you. The Vice Chairman alluded to an address the President will apparently be giving tomorrow night that may or may not be based on some kind of intelligence that's going to be declassified. To what degree, if any, have you been involved in the process for what may be discussed by the President tomorrow night?
I'm not involved in that.
Because you're not currently the
Because I'm
Director of
currently
National
not the Director of
Intelligence.
National Intelligence.
And in fact, to be involved would violate a core principle, which is you take no actions that would presume your confirmation.
I couldn't have said it better.
Thank you for helping me establish that fact. The Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said repeatedly, if you confirm, you're going to make sure that you speak truth to power. And that means even if the truth is not the preferred narrative that somebody wants to hear. So let me just ask you, it should be a simple question. Do you deny that Joe Biden won the 2020 election?
Senator, I'm not an election denier. Joe Biden was certified as the president of the United States.
Election denial is something we cannot have.
Oh, you can't have it. People
So I will
deny
take that
elections.
as
Really? Okay.
you do not deny that Joe Biden won the 2020 election.
Yeah, I'm not. I think, let me just be clear. We have substantial work to do, and I've made it in improving our electoral processes. It's part of national security, and I feel strongly about that.
One of the things that, again, this will come around perhaps to what's happening tomorrow night as well. Classified information is critical. If we violate classified information, that loses us allies. It makes us less strong. I fear that certain countries already are not sharing as much information with us because of some of the things that have happened. So let me ask you some straightforward questions. If confirmed, you commit to protecting all classified information in accordance with established rules and procedures?
Yes.
If confirmed, you commit to following established process and procedures when it comes to declassifying information?
Yes.
And that will then lead to the next, because if you're going to follow official purposes, you cannot declassify information for political purposes. Will you promise that you will not do that?
Senator, I promise that my declassification exercises will be consistent with the role, and I believe that there are a number of protections in place across the intelligence community to ensure that intelligence is not used for political purposes, and I intend to adhere to those.
Well, that is, in many ways, at least for me, that is the nub of this hearing.
In preparing for this hearing, I have analyzed the procedures that are in place for declassification and other actions that you would take as the Director of National Intelligence. And I look forward to consulting with the people inside the intelligence community and at the ODNI to ensure that we adhere to those principles.
It's critically important because, again, we may see some of this tomorrow night or not, but we go around those established procedures. We could burn sources and methods. We could lose allies. It is, the ramifications are so grave, and it has been treated in such a cavalier way that it's really extraordinarily upsetting to me. Along with classified information comes the analytic tool. One of the things that I pointed out in the recent IC annual survey, the number of IC analysts that are concerned that their work may be threatened by politicization, or if you don't reach the right conclusion, that completely undermines the basis of what the intelligence community is set up with. So if confirmed, you commit that the ODNI's decisions and analysis will remain free from political pressure and conspiracy theories.
Yeah, Senator, the role is to ensure that you, the president in particular, the members of the cabinet receive the best possible intelligence product available. And I do commit to do that. And I do commit to do that.
Yeah, if you could bring the whole box.
Sorry, I need a space for the papers.
I can't stress enough, if the IC workforce feels they're going to get political blowback or get fired, which we have seen, because they reach a conclusion that may not be what certain folks in the administration want to hear, that undermines the whole work of the whole community.
If I could jump in on that,
Please.
and I want to say that my experience at the SEC, my experience at the DOJ is that the people who have worked for me have great confidence that they can speak to me in a candid and free from.
No matter what happens, they're not gonna. No Democrat is gonna vote for this guy. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'll put money on it. They're all gonna vote against him, and he's probably gonna lose at least one Republican. Some scumbag like Collins or Murkowski's gonna vote against him. But so let's jump to the next story. Central Command announces a second wave of attacks today as Trump indicates he won't make another deal with Iran. So CIA trap is a conspiracy theory. Yeah, it is. It is. They created it to try and cover their shit. Georgia has not been a blue state since the days of Zell Miller, Roy Barnes, Sam Nunn. Yeah, Democrats try re-election to win back power. Yeah, they do. These clowns are all lawyers using word games to frame an event as their only means to obfuscate end of effect. Yes, it is. So video footage shows striking Iranian targets. Strikes have continued against Iranian missile and drone sites in and around the Strait of Hormuz. At 3:10 p.m., U.S. forces launched attacks and a second wave and strikes today. The strikes are targeted Iran's military capabilities used to threaten vessels freely transiting through the strait.
What if every moment was an opportunity to reward your conviction?
Let this soft mineral melt in your mouth to reverse prostate growth and never need a urologist again.
Well, that truck's going to blow up. Well, it does. Well, that's a blowed up truck. So Iran retaliated against the U.S. strikes by attacking neighboring countries in the Persian Gulf. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard claimed responsibility for a drone attack that caused a massive warehouse fire in Al-Shuaba, Kuwait on Tuesday. Well, massive warehouse fire in Kuwait. The sound is off. While speaking during the Pennsylvania Defense and Innovative Summit, Trump said Iran wants to settle so badly, but instead he's going to finish it off. Oh, there you go. Sounds good.
And it wasn't, other presidents didn't do what was right. They should have done it a long time ago. It would have been much easier. And they want to settle so badly. They don't like what we're doing. And they do want to settle. We'll find out whether or not we settle with them or we just finish it off. But I want to thank Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. He's been amazing. Pete, thank you very much. Great job. He's been really amazing. You know, he used to do interviews. All he wanted to talk about is war. Sir, would you give a part?
Yeah, that's right. So, should the United States continue the strikes? Yeah, continue until they're done. Continue until they're done. Then we got this, a former Marine. We need to eliminate the IRGC. To have a former Marine come running for Congress as Trump's the Antichrist, it must be killed in a shocking video. Marine Court said Upham. Hey, do you remember, wasn't there a guy named Upham in Saving Private Ryan, right? And Upham was a guy who was scared and then got his guys killed because he refused to fight and hid in the corner. The IRGC doesn't care about the Iranian people suffering. No, they don't. So this is deranged. Yes, they have a rhetoric problem. Let's see. They have a rhetoric problem, the Dems. They do.
3 assassination attempts against the president of the United States. This happened in 2 years. And Democrats, they think they figured out what the problem is.
I put a lot of it at the feet of the Trump administration for a lot of the things that they've done.
The president has had a part of that, okay? I mean, he's had responsibility in the rhetoric, and he should own that, right? Like, his tweets exist, okay? Like, there's a reality of that.
This president is guilty of inciting violence.
Oh.
At what point do people simply say, hey, Trump, it's clear that you're the drama?
Yeah, if he would just die, they would.
So they're victim blaming President Trump. Imagine if a Democrat president was almost killed 3 times and Republicans responded by saying it was her fault. We'd be eviscerated, and rightfully so. And while Democrats claim Trump is the issue, they're still refusing to tone down their own rhetoric. The biggest offender, perhaps, is Hakeem Jeffries, who doubled down on his maximum warfare comments.
I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism.
When you compare the Trump administration to the rise of Nazis.
What I was talking about was the fact that a constitutional republic was torn apart in 53 days in Germany in the 1930s, and that we need to watch out for that in this country.
Here to discuss is Texas Congressman Brandon Gill. Look, there's some effort, Congressman, by those in the media that it's a both sidesism, that it's, both sides are doing it. But how do you see it?
Well, of course, the media and Democrats want to claim that this is a both sides issue. They did the same thing after Charlie Kirk was murdered. They've done it every time there's been an assassination attempt against President Trump, but that is simply not true. I mean, there was a poll done just a few months ago by YouGov that found that 25% of survey respondents who identify as very liberal believe that political violence can be justified. That number is only 3% of those who identify as very conservative. If you ask, do you believe that it's okay to celebrate the death of a political opponent? 24% of those who identify as very liberal say yes. That number is only 4% for very conservatives. Now, that should be 0 for everybody, and we ought to be able to all agree on that. But the idea that this is a both sides issue is simply not true. This is an issue that we're seeing predominantly from the political left in the United States, and that's why you've seen multiple high-profile assassinations or assassination attempts against conservatives.
The left, they keep spreading these conspiracy theories. Have a look at this.
Something seems too perfect. People, they don't believe in it. And Donald Trump now again gets victimized by an alleged would-be assassin in front of the perfect witnesses, the press.
There are 16 seasons of MasterChef. And it's so good when you don't want to watch the news about fake assassination attempts or what they're calling an assassination attempt.
Congressman, I mean, it's one thing to have vibrant political debate and discussing issues. It's another one to call somebody Hitler and then try to, encourage people to take action.
I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, this is completely deranged. And I think the reality is that the left recognizes that their set of policy prescriptions for the American people are wildly unpopular. The American people don't want to be transing 4-year-olds. They don't want open borders. They don't want profligate spending. They don't want defunding the police. So the only thing that really unifies the Democrat Party right now is a disdain for the president. So whenever somebody tries to even murder our president, the president of the United States, the left will not send their condolences to the president, to his family. They won't try to tone down the rhetoric. And instead, they'll come up with some bizarre, wacky conspiracy theory that this was made up. I mean, this is brain dead stuff that we're seeing from the other side of the aisle. And frankly, it's disgusting.
Talk about what happens on the floor and in these hearings, because, I watch some of these hearings probably more than the average person. And no matter what the witness is or the topic, they just want to talk about Donald Trump and try to gin up controversy, because that is the strategy, right? Create chaos and then be able to say, oh, it's so chaotic, we have to have somebody other than Trump.
I mean, that's exactly what it is. And we hear this stuff every single day on the committees that I sit on. I mean, I was in a hearing today on the FACE Act, and instead of talking about the FACE Act and how it's been weaponized against pro-lifers, Democrats wanted to talk about other ways that they could figure out to bash the president or talk about January 6th or something like that. I hear every day in the Judiciary Committee about Democrats referring to Republicans and the president as Nazis or as Hitler, referring to ICE as the Gestapo. I mean, this is a daily occurrence right now. There's no substance coming from the other side. It is pure vitriolic hatred.
That's it.
Quickly, Congressman, you're on the Oversight Committee. Congressman Comer has talked about the briefings coming up, and we're going to talk to him about what's going on with the Secret Service. But what are your concerns? How do you read what's going on with the Secret Service right now from your vantage point?
Well, I think there's still several unanswered questions there. We're going to get to the bottom of that on the Oversight Committee. Chairman Comer's done a...
But they need to get to the bottom of it. Oh, no. What are you doing to me? So we got this. A Florida congressional candidate and former Marine is faking backlash after posting a video calling President Trump the Antichrist and saying he must be killed. William Uppen, a Republican write-in candidate for Florida's 5th congressional district. How can he be a Republican? Why isn't all of this public? I don't know. Should be, right? Hey, SWA223, what's up? Great to see you. Thanks for being here. So, Upham, he's running to fix a broken system. Opens a nearly 7-minute video by saying he entered the race to restore bipartisanship and return power to the working class. Tone shifts as Upham says he's come to believe the country's broken. America's engaged in a spiritual battle. He's a fake Republican. There's a lot of that going on. a lot of it going on. Durga Durga, what's up? Eating a lot of bacon. That's right. We are led by a president who's the enemy of God. He says by citing a Bible, and he says he's going to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Wow. Should we listen to this video? It's worse than a rhino. That's a psycho. Yes.
For God and country.
And he's in his uniform.
This is the motto of my campaign.
He should be recalled. He's in his uniform, politicking. He should be recalled to active duty and court-martialed. That's what should happen. This is not allowed. And he's an officer, so he could be recalled to active duty.
Campaign. I decided to run for office to fix our broken political system, to restore bipartisanship, return power to the working class, and to end our system of Washington insiders, extremism, and excuses from our current members of Congress. I've reached a turning point in my campaign. Why? I've come to the realization that our country is broken.
Yeah, he's a communist.
We are led by a president who's the enemy of God, and President Trump will never bring us together like God intended.
Yeah.
Democrats are wrong because they're wrong on the common sense issues. Enforcement of our criminal laws, border security, national security, and social issues that are 80-20. Republicans are wrong because they never address the racism and discrimination that has persisted in our country for generations.
Wait, the racism and discrimination that persisted in our country for generations was the fucking Democrats, Upham. What is wrong with you? Are you retarded? Who wrote the Jim Crow laws? Oh, those were the Democrats. Oh. Who founded the KKK? Oh, that was the Democrats. Yeah. Oh. What party voted against all those civil rights laws? Oh, that was the Democrats that voted against them. One Republican voted against the civil rights law, Goldwater. That was it. Yeah, this guy, we do need to build a few new wings at Leavenworth. Yes. Wearing a military uniform is allowed. No, it's not. This charlatan is grotesque and wrong. Yeah, he's horrible. He's just a tool being used by the very insiders he hates, weak-minded. Yeah, he's a retard. Yeah. He's no Republican. No. Clan bake, definitely. College boy indoctrinated. Yeah. He speaks with forked tongue. Yeah.
Is our country salvageable? Maybe it is.
So maybe it is. Maybe the country's salvageable. He doesn't even think, wow. He doesn't. He's like, maybe it is. Why? I don't know. I don't know if I should watch any more of this because it's just going to upset me. He trained at Fort Bendover. Yeah, probably. Court-martialed this moron. That's what I'm saying. Where is Pete Hegseth recalling him to active duty for court-martial? Yes. No, you're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to politic in uniform. I'm offended that he's talking and wearing that uniform. Yes, I am offended also. What percentage of the people in the military are just like him? There's quite a few, unfortunately. Remember, we saw during the Biden, was it during the Biden administration or was it the first Trump administration? There was a guy that was at like West Point or Annapolis that had a picture of like Che Guevara in his hat, was wearing it, was like showing people, look, I got a Che Guevara thing on and this and that. He should have been immediately out. I mean, yes, no politics in uniform. End of story. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, this scum. Actually, he's an officer, so he's not. He can be recalled to active duty and court-martialed. His enlistment thing, it's different for officers than enlisted people. Like even enlisted people, you could be out but not out. But depending on how long he's been out, if he's still within his contract, his whatever inactive reserve period, they can bring him back and get him. I don't think he will wear that uniform much longer. Yeah, I was comfortable watching, and this happened. What the fuck is that? No Republican there. No, it's not. Not at all.
Our founding fathers intended us to be the freest country on this planet, and that's what we became. But in doing so, we became the most selfish. We turned away from God.
Okay.
We turned away from love and kindness, and we turned away from putting others first. I served in the United States Marine Corps. I swore an oath when I commissioned. I,
Supposedly he's
William
in Florida,
Upham, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, so help me God. I joined the United States Marine Corps to defend our country against all enemies, including the enemies here at home. This principle of defending others, especially the innocent and the vulnerable, is seen in the Bible in many passages. In Esther chapter 8, verse 11, the prime minister of Persia authorized the right for Jews to defend themselves and women and children from.
All right. Well, I'm not going to watch any more of this guy because the Marine Corps is aware of the disturbing statements. The comments made by Upham are a direct violation of the oath he swore to uphold and are not keeping with the service's value. Secret Service has also acknowledged the statements. The Secret Service is aware of the comments made by a congressional candidate in Florida. We are investigating anything that could be perceived as a threat. We do not discuss matters of protective. The acting Navy Secretary Hung Kao also condemned the remarks. Unacceptable. Upham is no longer a Marine and does not represent our value or ethos. Fox Digital reached out to the FBI and Upham's campaign for comment, and no one got back to them. So, but I hope they recall him, and I hope he gets punished. Yeah. Bongino colored this guy earlier today. He's no longer in the military. I believe he was separated in May. Well, they could, if he was separated in May, he still could be recalled. And reservists are easy to put in active duty. National Guardsmen are only a little harder. Lock that asshole up. Yeah, if he was just separated in May, then they could bring him right back and be like, "Oh, you're going to Leavenworth, buddy." Yeah. Hey, Roselle, what's up? What's going on? God uses whomever he will. He doesn't consult us first. That's right. Absolute court-martial. Definitely. A tribunal. Oh, it's on. Pete will have the last word. Yeah. So I just want to remind everybody, we've been going for about an hour and 20 minutes. We got about an hour left of the show. Unless we hit the goal. And currently we are still we are still $73 away from adding a first additional hour. Frontline and I ran immediately. Yes. So acting Attorney General Todd Blanche faces Senate confirmation hearings. So Attorney General Blanche was in there and he was arguing with people. So Coons questions whether Blanche could be independent. Well, I don't want to listen to Coons because he's a coon. So Massey and other lawmakers introduced a second measure to allow for more lawsuits against the Justice Department in relation to its handling of the Epstein files. Well, this guy, Greg, is trolling in another channel I'm in. Has he been here yet? He's blocked in here. He's been blocked permanently. I just got sick of dealing with him. So, that means there's only two people so far that are blocked in this chat. Greg and another guy who is doing something that basically trying to get the channel in trouble, putting curse words, bad words in the chat that aren't allowed. So Blanche reiterates that the anti-weaponization fund is dead at his Senate confirmation hearing. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche reiterated on Wednesday that the department has no plans to launch the $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. It's a mute issue. Blanche has faced staunch bipartisan criticism over the settlement, which called for the creation of a new fund because of the weaponization the government did against Trump and his family. I mean, so what? So Trump and his family just get treated like shit and they get no recourse and nothing can happen? Is that how it works? Is that really how it works? I don't think that's how it works. I really don't.
Blanche as President Trump's nominee. Thank you, Senator Moody. Would you please stand at this point and respond to this oath? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you for your positive response. Now it's up to you to take what time you want to make a statement and introduce any people you have with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Grassley, and thank you, Senator, for that introduction. I appreciate it.
Joe says, join me in the rally to keep Jim awake. I'm not done working. Won't you join in employing Jim for a little longer? Thank you. God bless. Well, thank you. Thank you for the 5. With that means, folks, we're now 68 away. Thank you from adding a first additional hour to the show. K Bean says, sorry, bro, but you have to keep streaming. Hey, no problem. No problem. America First for 5. Thank you so much. So that means now we are just 63 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Hit the likes. That's right. Hit the like buttons. That's how that goes. Thank you. Hit the likes. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We're going to keep it going.
In your friendship. Good morning, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and the.
Hold on. I got to do this first. Maybe check PayPal. Thank you so much. Why is it not showing up? Oh. Wow. Wow. Look at all these bosses donating. Love you. Thank you. Yes, let me do this.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow, thank you so much. I'm trying to figure out the math here on this. K Bean donated $93 on PayPal. Thank you so much, K Bean. That means we are now, let's see, so that takes that away. So that means we are now 70 away from a second additional hour. Thank you so much. And then Lisa with 5, thank you. And Jonathan with 5, thank you. That means we are now 60 away from a second additional hour. Thank you to everybody. I'm not much better, but whatever makes others happy. Well, thank you. Thank you, Lisa Day. Thank you, K Bean. Thank you, K Bean. Oh, yes, we get another hour. Yeah, we're close to a second additional hour. If you can't donate, hit the like button. Yes, it really does help. Yes, make sure you hit the like button. PayPal must have been good. Oh, it was. It was really good. Yes. Yeah, I get what I want. Oh, you do, always. It's the communist infiltration that's killing us. It is. K Bean is the best. Super cool, K Bean. Nice, K Bean. Yes. Wow, Doc comes through at 5 gifted membership. Thank you, Doc. Did they fix it? Are they going to show? Yes, they did fix it. It says, K Bean received a gifted membership from Doc. I am Uncle Bob, Kishka 13, Anonymity, and Arnold Newton. All received gifted memberships from Doc. And with that, folks, that means we are now just 30 away from a second additional hour. Thank you all so much. Keep it rolling. That's right. So many bosses helping. Yes. Yes. Keep it going. You got a memo. Yes. Awesome. Thank you so much, everybody. Doc, welcome to the new JimSomniacs. Yes.
Other members of the committee, thank you for having me as Senator Durbin said a minute ago, I would like to offer each of you my condolences for the loss of your colleague, Senator Graham. He was a patriot and a friend to so many of us. It's a loss for the American people, and I think honoring him today and as he's been honored for the past several days is the right thing to do. 17 months ago, I sat at this table as the nominee to be the Deputy Attorney General, and I told you that serving in the Department of Justice was my American dream. Since then, I have helped lead it, first as deputy and now as acting Attorney General, and I'm here today to earn your trust once more. I've lived the American dream. I waited tables to get through college, moved to New York with my wife and 2 young kids, went to law school at night, read textbooks on the late train home while I worked days as a paralegal at the U.S. Attorney's Office. From that start, I became a prosecutor and spent 9 years prosecuting violent gangs and drug dealers. I rose through the ranks of the Department of Justice as a line prosecutor, then a division chief, then as of last year, Deputy Attorney General, and now Acting Attorney General. But I did not take that path for a title. I took it to make a difference for American families and the towns they call home. I am exceedingly grateful to President Trump for his trust and to my family who have carried me through every long day and late night. My wife, Christine, our wonderful children, Sydney and Justin, my granddaughter, Blaine, who's here today. All of them are here today. My wonderful friends, many of whom are here today, are really what make this worth it and what gets me through my days. And so I want to thank them for not only being here today and supporting me, but also being with me every step of the way of the journey that we're on together. My family's blessings should be available to all Americans. When a family can send their kids to school, walk their neighborhood after dark, and build a life without fear, every promise of the American dream is within reach. When they cannot, none of it is. That's my job, securing safety for every American. I'm pleased to testify again today to tell everybody here that we are doing just that. We are keeping America safe. Since President Trump took office, it's been said a few times this morning already, but it bears repeating, murders are down roughly 20% nationwide. We have the lowest murder rate since 1900. Violent crime arrests are up nearly 114%. We've taken almost 5,000 child predators and human traffickers off the streets. And the Department of Justice has filed nearly 100,000 indictments and informations since January 20th, 2025.
That's a lot.
Additionally, in just the last 4 weeks, in just the last month, we've paid 90.
Now, I have to say, I was a little worried about Blanche at first. I had my suspicions, though, that he might have been the person actually running the Justice Department and Blondie was just a figurehead. But she might have, maybe that's why she eventually had to go, because she thought she was running it and she wasn't. I don't know. Maybe it's just my thoughts, but I always thought like something seemed like Trump putting him as the number 2 there was like a way to have his guy controlling her. And like, he just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but he seems like all business. He seems like he's like all business. No, like he's not like, look at that face. Is that the face of somebody who you want to fuck around with? I don't think so. Spuds, more treats for Bella. Thank you, Spuds. Wow, with that 5, folks, that means we're just 25 away from a second additional hour of the show. Wow. Just 25 away from a second additional hour. Means we could have a second hour before we even get done with the regular main show. I didn't think I would, but I like Blanche, but I do. Yeah, he seems like he's rubbing off. He's growing on me. I just figured out how to enable myself for gift memberships. Well, that's awesome. Thank you. Open those tabs, Jim. Jim's got tons of tabs. Don't you worry about it. Treats. Thank you. With that 2, folks, that means now we are just 23 away from adding a second additional hour. Yes. And you know what you could do if you have here's a good evening, everybody. If you guys are hungry and you want, something to tide you over for that second hour, you could always get yourself some biltong. It's American made. It's 50% protein. It's Texas grown beef, Angus, and Wagyu. If you like a little heat, get the peri peri. If you like a lot of heat, get the Reaper or the Ghost Pepper. Try the Drowers or the Cabanassi sausages. And they also have other snacks, cakes, cookies, and candies. You can go to www.biltongusa.com and use promo code JIM and save 10%. Those 8-ounce bags make excellent gifts for your friends. So go and check out www.biltongusa.com and use promo code JIM. You won't be sorry. And hey, look at that. King of Biltong gives a membership on Rumble. Thank you so much, King of Biltong. With that 5, that means we're now just 18 away from a second additional hour. Thank you so much, King of Biltong. If anyone hasn't got a membership yet, if you jump in and say something in the Rumble chat, you'll get this membership, whoever doesn't have one. It's the largest running articulated locomotive in North America. Okay, no, yes. Check out some Biltong. I want to like everyone until they get in the way. Well, that's what happens. That's what happens. Yes. This is a great group of people. Thank you, Richard Tatership. We try. So criminal justice statistics are manipulated so much by murder isn't. It's hard to manipulate. Yeah, it is. It is. But they do some twisting around where they'll try to hide the bodies. That's what they'll do. Who gets the Rumble clap tonight? Rumble clap. Over 20 big boys were built in Schenectady. Delay is obvious. Got that gifted membership. Delay is obvious. Murderers, child traffickers, all down but not gone. Yeah, we need to put them down. We need to make the death penalty serious again.
$6 million in claims through the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program to eligible surviving families of fallen public safety officers, even while fewer law enforcement officers were killed in the line of duty than the prior years. And obviously, these are not just numbers. Each one is a family that still has its son or daughter and an officer who came home for dinner. If you look at Washington and Memphis as examples, where we have worked with federal, state, and local partners, pulling thousands of criminals off the streets in those two cities. Homicides in DC are down about 60%, and overall crime in Memphis declined by more than 40%. We've seized thousands of illegal guns, brought more than 150 missing children home in those two cities, and cleaned up parks and spaces family once avoided, so you can take your kids and loved ones there once again. We are enforcing our borders. We are prosecuting the smugglers who profited from an open border, removing criminal aliens and dismantling gangs like MS-13 and TDA. We're smashing the cartels and ending the scourge of drugs in our communities. We designated the major cartels as foreign terrorist organizations because that's exactly what they are. And we're using every tool that unlocked: narco-terrorism charges, forfeiture, and extraditions. Dozens of cartel leaders are now in American custody. Drug seizures are skyrocketing, and overdose deaths are finally falling. We are protecting taxpayers. Last year, the department brought the largest healthcare fraud takedown in American history, more than $14 billion. And another $11 billion in total fraud in just the last 3 months. That's money stolen from the fisc, stolen from Medicare, from seniors, working families, and we're clawing it back. We're doing all of this, I will add, through partnership. Federal agents, state troopers, county sheriffs, local officers, and state attorneys general in your home states, all pulling in the same direction. That is what happens when we fight crime together, and I want to bring that model that we've done in a few towns to more communities in every state. Above all, we are restoring American trust. In recent years, We watched the Justice Department turned against many of you and a former president, and it damaged the public's faith in justice. We are fixing that. Members of this committee on both sides have fair questions about the hard debates
Hey,
of
what's
the
up,
past
Tim?
year,
How you doing? Thanks
and
for
I
stopping
welcome
by.
them. I'm proud of what we've done to
Hey,
help
Diggy
American
Spears, how you doing?
families see safer streets and to have a fair shot at the life they're working to build. None of this is a Republican or Democrat issue. Every senator here has constituents who just want to be safe. The men and women of this department are the
You guys know how we can make people safe in America? You know how we can make people safe? By saying, stay cool with ICE. That's right. Stay cool with ICE. Se puedes del Estado serás deportado. That's how we make them safe. Yeah, Scourge of Tyranny. What's up, brother? Yeah, that's my buddy Tim with Scourge of Tyranny. He's got a great show on Sunday nights. You guys should check him out. I don't want to get profane, but he's jacking off. It's gross. F this guy. I don't know. I gotta see what he's gonna do. If he doesn't start doing some stuff, then that's right. Ice, baby. Then we'll do it. But so far, I don't know. I haven't seen much at all. He's got a good talk. He's got a good talk. And speaking of what KB just said, Todd Blanche says he has full faith in Kash Patel. Yes, if you can read this, you could be deported. Yes. Si puedes leer esto, puedes ser deportado. I think I said it right. Show up or shut up. That's right. That's right. So he says he thinks Kash Patel's doing a great job. Todd Blanche is facing his 2-day hearing. He serves as acting director. Chris Krebs lied. They knew Iranians. Oh, I got to see what that is. That's oh. Oh. So Blanche was grilled about the canceling of I have faith in Jim as FBI director. Oh, if I was FBI director, buddy, let me tell you something. It wouldn't even be a joke, man. There would be already just it would be nonstop people getting arrested. AOC demands Trump. Oh, I gotta look at that. We're gonna get to that in a second. We'll get to that in a second. All right. So Senator Whitehouse ripped into Kash Patel in a question dripping with contempt to acting attorney general. How do you intend to put up with that Kash Patel character, who, if confirmed as attorney general, would head the Department of Justice? Are you good with his airplane jaunts? Are you sure none of his travels are pretext for vacation activities like snorkeling, Olympics, or visiting girlfriends? That's an extraordinarily obnoxious question, Senator. And I have full faith in Director Patel and the work he's doing every day. Great, you get to own that, he says. Oh, God. So White House is such a piece of shit. Patel's faced criticism. Blanche earlier defended the DOJ's handling of the Epstein files. Blanche faced criticism from Dick Durbin, which I've personally met Dick Durbin. Like, you know, you'd be in prison, Jim? Well, I mean, they could try. You're never taking me alive, coppers. So, Operation Wetback 2.0, if it was good for Ike, it's good enough for us. That's right. Yeah, Jim would never go to jail. That's right. They'll never take me alive. No, I would make sure that all the criminals went to jail and all the patriots were free. So, Chuck Grassley said they've worked hard and had lawyers in the department to do the right thing, and they'll continue to do so. You met Dick Durbin? Ew. Yeah. It was I was at a union. It was at a union event. It was this thing that I had to go to from the company I was working for. I had to buy these tickets. They were $1,500 a plate for a dinner. And I was like this, like right here, like with them. And I did not, the smell of sulfur coming off him was pretty pronounced. But the reason, the thing that sticks in my mind about it, it was many, many years ago. It was like 1999 or 2000, something like that. Somewhere around there, 2000 era. But it was actually on Good Friday, all right? And it was held at a Catholic, this Catholic facility called St. Charles, something in Illinois, like northwestern suburb of Illinois. And they were serving meat on Good Friday. And so I made the comment like, and I said straight to him, I go, hey, you're a Catholic, right? And he said, yeah. And I said, how are they serving meat on Good Friday? And he goes, oh, we got special dispensation from the bishop to serve meat. And so I just said, I see. So if you know, you know that, yeah, you don't eat meat. If you're a Catholic, you don't eat meat on Good Friday. You know, technically during Lent, you're not supposed to eat meat on any Friday, but you know, that's definitely not Good Friday. And for, you know, that proved what a liar and a scumbag he is. And to say that we got special dispensation from the bishop. And I was like, what about the cardinal? Anyway, back to the story. Okay. Hell, I'd have gone ballistic ever seeing that demonic stuff. Never trust a dick. That's right. Yeah, meat on Good Friday. That's not a Catholic. That's what I said. That's what I told him. It's like, that's what's going on here? How's this possible? That's sadly the most corrupt story I've heard this year. It's stuck with me. It's like, it bothered me because it's like, you couldn't just have fish. I mean, what, you know, just saying. So anyway, Blanche in January, as Deputy Attorney General, said the DOJ would not publicly release more pages about Epstein. So it's just Epstein stuff. I don't really care. So I don't know. Like, honestly, I was hoping Trump was gonna pick. I was hoping Trump was gonna appoint like DeSantis or something like that. But you know, I don't know. I don't know. All right. So let's get to this next story. Chris Wray and Chris Krebs lied. They knew Iranians breached the election system in 2020. Can you believe it? Mm-hmm. The every Friday no meat was changed a long time ago, but not Good Friday. Well, you know, love a good Catholic fish fry. I attend them, but I'm not Catholic. Yeah, I just, you know, like, especially Good Friday, you know, like, you don't eat meat on Good Friday. Like, I you know, like the only people that I get like an exception to that are like young kids, you know, like before you're confirmed, or, you know, older people, like older people that like can't, whatever, they need their need stuff, but whatever. I don't know. So they stole 100,000 identities, posted videos online of the stolen data being used to create Uakava ballots, and then hid this from the American people. Wow. Well, Iranian election interference in 2020. Unsealed court documents completely redefine what we were told about the 2020 president's election. It's fine. Eat a fish on Friday. No worries. Just saying. Chris Krebs, a former CISA director, testified before Congress on December 16, 2020, after he was fired by Donald Trump. Recently, unsealed court documents, first reported by the Gateway Pundit, completely redefine what we were told about the 2020 election. The election was billed by the Democrat Party and Joe Biden in the mainstream media as the most secure election in history. Krebs, the former CISA director fired by Trump, he was called to testify at the Senate Homeland Security Government Affairs Committee. Krebs famously announced that the 2020 election was the most secure.
The people who never stop asking are the ones who find the answers.
Begging and going.
This is why you should never trust your electric bills after the COVID pandemic.
agency effort to protect the 2020 election by surging coordination and collaboration with our partners across the national security space. In conclusion, because of these and other efforts, on November 12, 2020, government and industry representatives from the election security community issued a joint statement reflecting a consensus perspective that the 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history. As you move out from Election Day, there will be tabulators that may have internet connections to transmit the vote from the precinct to the county level to the state. Again, security controls in place, and as long as you have the paper, can't hack paper, you can run that process.
Wait a minute. No. They said there was no internet connections. They said there was no internet connections. They told us there was no internet connections. They said it was impossible. They weren't connected to the internet. That's crazy. That's crazy. How are you going to say that? Now you're just going to announce that they had internet connections? You're just going to announce that they had internet connections? Like that's no big deal? Like that's nothing? Like that's nothing? That's something. It's been the most corrupt election since JFK. Now people are merely aware. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize, like, the state that won it for JFK, it was Illinois. That's where the saying was, vote early, vote often in Chicago, and the election isn't over until all the cemeteries get the vote. Tomorrow's statement may be lit. I'm hoping so. So Krebs was fired by Donald Trump, testified. So today, nearly 6 years later, we have proof of a successful breach of one of America's major election infrastructures prior to Election Day, during early voting. They released a report October 30th, 2020, just days before the 2020 election. The report was never made public. It omitted critical facts about the successful breach. Here is the CISA report, which was hidden for several years and discovered after an investigative reporter, Yehuda Miller, obtained the information through a FOIA. Oh. October 2020, cybersecurity, CISA published a joint statement. Actors are creating fictitious media sites and spoofing legitimate media sites to spread anti-American propaganda and misinformation about voter suppression. If Trump is truly going to announce something about the 2020 election, say two Georgia senators are not legit, you better have that tighter than the seals of a sub. Yes, better be tight. You got to have the facts to back it up. What do you feed Bella to get her so mellow? Nothing. She's just a mellow dog. During the Senate runoff, expert witness Yvonne Pulitzer's team successfully hacked the Fulton County voting machine over the internet with voting in progress. Yeah, it does it all the time. So the attached flash contained list of indicators that compromise. Wow, assessed to be located in Iran. So it was the Iranians. Wow, the fucking Iranians did it. So the Iranians deserve to get what they got. We know that CISA report was completely dishonest and omitted critical facts. We know that Krebs and CISA lied about security for the 2020 election. We know the fact because Krebs, Ray, and CISA completely omitted the fact of the Iranian regime successfully breaching one state's voter roll database. Wow. They got social security numbers, driver's license numbers, Uvakava, and overseas ballot registrations. You awoke Bella. Yeah, you talked about her and you woke her up. They hacked the machines back in 2014 in less than 5 minutes. Pulitzer's team did that during a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing. I mean, that's why I don't understand. The thing is, before 2020, the Democrats were all worried about the voting machines too, and they wanted it changed. But it was just until when they figured out that, oh, wait, we're going to cheat and do this, that we don't want to change them. Mm-hmm. The tiny fact was omitted. So that's wanted by the FBI, the Iranian hackers who broke into the state databases. Wow. Iranians interfered in 2020. The two Iranians were indicted for, among other things, computer intrusion, voter intimidation, interstate threats of offenses, alleged participation in a multifaceted campaign aimed at influencing and interfering with the United States 2020 presidential election. They loaded a shocking video at the same time revealed how easily stolen voter registration data can be used to inject fake votes. We have not had a real election since JFK. Every candidate sits on both sides of the aisle where establishment groomed or compromised. I don't know. I mean, I think Trump is not, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but Trump is not, was not groomed. They didn't expect him to do what he did both times. I don't think. Either that or we're both in play like a fool. So the Southern District of New York released the indictment in October 2021. Well, the first phase occurred in about September, October of 2020, included state voter registration websites and state voter information websites. These efforts resulted in successful exploitation and misconfigured computers of state one, Alaska, and the resulting unauthorized downloading of voter information more than 1,000 voters. Wow. And how did Trump win? Just the people. The people overwhelmingly. They couldn't get past the number of people. I think they tried in 2024 to cheat him. I really do. They just didn't have enough cheating votes to do it. Brenda says Trump can't be controlled. That's why they want him gone by any means necessary. So the sealed indictment downplays the significance of what the U.S. elections video shared by the Iranian hackers did. I don't know if I can play this without getting in trouble.
What if every moment was an opportunity to reward your conviction?
I recently stopped being a huge dumbass at the shooting range.
Well, good. Don't
Just
be
like
a
anybody
dumbass.
else when I'd mount.
So I don't know. This is some video or something. This is showing what they're doing. So I don't know. Some live video of them doing something. The government appears to downplay the serious threat. The Gateway pundits confirmed with anonymous sources that the names and social security numbers of Alaska citizens were legitimate. For 4 years, Chris Wray, Bill Barr, Chris Krebs, and CISA hid the information from the American public. Wow, that's crazy. And then Trump to accuse China of meddling in U.S. elections on Thursday night. The Chicago mob swung in for JFK in the slimmest margin in U.S. election history. Yeah, that's what they did. He wanted to see that ad. Okay. The internet is ruined. It's nothing but ads interrupted by news clips. Yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, Beijing compromised U.S. voter data. CIA withheld the information. President Trump to reveal China's role in meddling in U.S. elections during Thursday's speech. President Trump will be joined by Director Radcliffe, DNI Pulte, DHS Chief Markwayne Mullin, and FBI Director Kash Patel. President Trump will be making a speech to the nation Thursday. President will reportedly unveil evidence showing Beijing compromised U.S. voter data, and the CIA knew about it and didn't share the information with him during his first term. Uh-oh. Part of Thursday's speech will touch on previously unreported Chinese meddling. You don't say Chinese meddling. They were all worried about Russia, but all the time it was China. Trump won because he and his people knew how they cheated, hence too big to rig. Assessment is solid. If anyone thinks the deep state and establishment wanted Trump to win, they need to rethink their thinking. Yes. Don't be a dumbass at the shooting range, please. Yeah, definitely. You never want to be a dumbass at the shooting range. So part of the speech is going to touch on China, allegations that Beijing compromised U.S. voting data. Asked for comment about the contents, the White House said, and as usual, anonymous sources are speculating about President Trump will say. The truth is nobody knows yet what President Trump is going to say. White House task force will be releasing classified intelligence documents related to the 2020 election. So right now, we still don't know. People are just speculating. But that doesn't change the fact that now AOC is demanding that networks censor Trump's speech on free and fair election and claims an ethical obligation not to air lies about our election. Where does she get off? Where does she get off telling anybody to censor the president of the United States? Bella looks so cuddly. Yeah, she is. This idiot. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez claimed on Tuesday that television networks have an ethical obligation not to air President Trump's upcoming address to the nation if it contains statements about the elections that are not rooted in evidence and fact. I think they're going to release first win. The numbers were originally too big to rig. Second election, he lost because they cranked up the algorithm. Third win because it was too hot to crank it. Hey, King of Biltong. All right, get the kids home. Have an awesome evening. You too. AOC is a communist. What do you expect? Twitter did it. Yeah. Well, Twitter did it the first time. Yeah. AOC, the first waitress to bring nothing to the table. Yeah, nothing at all. Weak sauce drinks. So the New York socialist, she's a commie, told the Capitol that she doesn't believe networks should contribute to any platforming of lies. Then here's the thing, if networks didn't contribute to platforming of lies, they wouldn't be able to broadcast anything. Nothing at all. They wouldn't be able to show anything. Nothing at all. Nothing. They wouldn't be able to show nothing. Nothing. I don't think we should be contributing to any platforming of lies about our election. Many news outlets oftentimes may receive transcripts, and I think we have an ethical obligation to not air things that undermine our election. She brought and spilled communism on everyone's laps. That's what she did. Stop calling these people socialists. They're commies. Yes, they're commies. Total commies. Vote for Joe in 2028. Joe, why is AOC's anyways, Jim? Well, AOC isn't, nothing equals communism. Yes. You mean Sandy? I grew up in the wealthy west suburb of Yorktown, Cortez. Yes, that's her. It's really big for us in our country. It has to shape up. Yeah, but what we're going to do talking about it doesn't get any bigger. The president could use the address to press his longstanding allegations of foreign interference in 2020. If they have proof that there's foreign interference, then I want to know about it. They can't just say, well, people won't like it. It's not clear whether the major broadcast networks would provide airtime. As of late morning Tuesday, the White House had not made a request for airtime. AOC can't point to the Bronx on a map. Yeah, she's not Benny Blanco from the Bronx. Then Mark Wayne Mullin attempts to do damage control after reports that he went around the president to suspend the ICE traffic stops. President Trump and I are on the same page. Well, MS Now is my choice for the absolute truth. Yes. DHS Secretary scrambles with damage control statement after backlash over the capitulation to the radical left and the corporate media pressure following the ICE-involved shootings. Yes, AOC is technically retarded. Yes. Still betting AOC will be over 180 pounds by January. She has been gaining weight like crazy. Have you noticed? Like, I didn't know if maybe she was pregnant, but she is plumping up like a very good, what do they call it? Draga. Lots of the mail-in ballots were printed in China. Well, have we seen AOC within a mile of a debate stage yet? Yeah, Mark Wayne effed up bad. He did. AOC does donkey shows in Tijuana's on Tuesdays. She's having twins. Wow. She's the big Latina Butte. Yes. She's a nervous eater. Sandy's a product of the Yorktown Central School System, which is not saying much. According to CNN, neither Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullin, nor Holman alerted Trump to the pause before imposing it. Uh-oh. Now, maybe she's hitting the Latino wall. It's possible. What's up, Michael J? How you doing? Great to see you here. I don't trust our local elections. I don't trust anything. She is, I don't know, but maybe we should go to the moon at night because the sun is less hot. Oh, yeah, definitely, definitely. Is that Araz Khan Habichos Puerto Rican food is fattening? Oh, yes. She's El Gordita. Yes. AOC is seriously publicly calling for censoring a sitting president, and people are okay with this. No, like that. I'm not. Mullins is soft on immigration. He is. I had a feeling about him when he was saying, because he was actually, if I'm not mistaken, he actually told the people that were getting that they should apply for permanent legal status, the Haitians and all these people. They want Sandy to run for Chuckle's seat. She's a prime example of elitist indoctrination intel community programs. Yeah. Well, no, she was actually like she was picked by the Justice Democrats. They did like a casting call. Like they had people come, like it was like, like an actress. She was hired as an acting role. That was it. She is the AOC. She and AOC might be the harlot in the Bible. It was a casting call for an actress for her job. It wasn't anything to do with, it was actors. Yeah, they were brought in actors. She was like an acting, like this whole thing about her. She says she had an economics degree. She didn't. She took one course on economics, Econ 101 or something like that. That's all she took, basic economics. That was it. One semester. So Trump is furious over the decision to capitulate to the radical left. He wrote about the men and women are doing a great job. In order to do this, must be strong and tough. Her audition included lighting her farts. Wow. Champagne socialists and champagne commies. They're drinking the champagne cocktails, the champagne commies. They intercepted lots of them. I think it was found in the shipping containers. Yes. They intercepted a whole shitload of IDs. Like they didn't say anything about like 40 or 50,000 fake driver's licenses at O'Hare right before the election. She's stupid and disgusting. She was an actor, but went to the liberal indoctrination school. Yeah. Can't believe Jim read that. I read everything. I'm like Ron Jeremy. Don't put stuff in the teleprompter if you don't want me to read it. So the White House confirmed Trump had officially overturned the suspension. Facing mounting criticism, Mullin quickly attempted to reassure Trump supporters by quoting the president's Truth Social post on X. But if you scan them, they scan as real. Yeah. Our number one goal is keeping our officers safe. So Cortez hosted a webinar providing tips for illegal aliens to evade arrest at homes, workplaces, and in public. They take acting classes to lie without tells that indicate deception. Yes. Yeah, Jim likes to eat Bella's food. Wild that that wasn't in the news. Thanks, Jim, for not saying hello back to me here. I'm a ghost now. I've been reading your comments, Great Eagle. I can't read every comment everyone makes, though. I have to skip some every once in a while. So Dan Goldman posted a video online calling for illegal aliens to make a plan for ICE encounters. LA Mayor Bass issued multilingual flyers and online resources advising illegal aliens how to arrange for, tips for illegals. Yes. Yeah. She because she said she's she worked in a bar industry and she made her living on tips. So she thought it was only fair that she would give tips to illegals. Gavin Newsom released guides and sanctuary laws advising illegals how to recognize ICE and block them. Yes, that would be illegal. Normally, in a normal society, that would be illegal and frowned upon. The establishment goons are casting a lot of low IQ people. They need people dumber than themselves to take the risk so they can stay insulated from the wrath. Goldman's why I don't buy Levi products. Yes. Start eating healthy. That's right. The King of Biltong. You should read Justine Bateman's op-ed. I saw it the other day. It was very, very good. So, in the second post, Mullin sought to dispel any suggestion he was at odds with President Trump. President Trump and I are on the same page. But does AOC know thunder goes with lightning? Well, maybe she just learned too, like that other one, Candace. But does she know? Yeah. Does she know? Okay. I mean, the thing about that is I heard Candace Owens just found that out. So is it what she said about Rashida Tlaib or what she said about communists? Because I got the one what she said about I don't know where to find it again. I know I saw it. I don't know what happened to it though. I'll find it eventually. So, yeah. All right. So the Senate faces a come to Jesus moment on Trump's election priority under the GOP's new plan. Marsha Blackburn vows to honor Lindsey Graham with the Save America Act. Oh, look at this. Oh, buy some stuff, some furniture at City Home. It's great. Yay.
For more now, Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn, who served with Senator Graham in the Senate for 8 years, they recently worked together on a bill to combat sanctuary city policies. Senator, welcome.
It's good to be with you. And we're all saddened by the loss of Lindsey Graham. He was someone who really believed in robust, respectful bipartisan debate and in solving problems. And that is one of the things that we were doing with the 287G Enhancement Act, to encourage
for the
states to
raid.
do the right thing, encourage cities and counties to partner up with ICE, and to help with
Raid.
President's
Thank you,
goal
Polling Point, for the raid.
of
Thank you for being here.
deportations for those that are in the country illegally. And he had partnered up with me on the Save America Act on a provision that I have. And Mike, this one would have allowed the states to be incentivized for using the SAVE system at DHS, which is a database that contains the names of those that are in the country legally or illegally, but are not citizens. And we did these provisions because it would put it into a budget bill that could go through the reconciliation process. And of course, we did the big, beautiful bill. We did the Reconciliation 2.0, and currently we're working on Reconciliation 3.0. But we are really going to miss Lindsey Graham. He was truly a fearless patriot.
President Trump today said that his loss was definitely a blow to the Save America Act. Is that your feeling? And what if you named it for Senator Graham? Might that help get some more support?
I would really appreciate the opportunity to have it on the floor and to pass it in his
Thank you for
honor.
coming by.
He truly believed in election integrity and the fact that people should be citizens and that they should show an ID when they go to vote. And that is something Tennesseans believe. It's something that 85% of the American public shares that belief.
Yes.
So putting these on the floor and passing them in Lindsey's honor, since he was working with those of us who have co-sponsored and sponsored legislation that makes up these provisions and puts the heft into it, Mike, that would be so appropriate that we would take our time and do that.
You are a member of Senate Judiciary. You have a big hearing starting this week for Todd Blanche to be the next Attorney General. What about the passing of Senator Graham's impact on this confirmation process for the next Attorney General?
And we began working on this before our July 4th state work period. And we will go back to that. That is going to mean that we will have to push through that hearing. I am sure.
No, Gundam. I was looking for the op-ed from Justine Bateman talking about communists. I believe it was an op-ed about communists. Why can't we just imprison the 2%? I wish we could. I think we can. We just might. If I guarantee, if we had 9 Clarence Thomases on the Supreme Court, we could. I guarantee that. It can't be passed on a federal level. Every state should pass it independently. Yeah, definitely. We need to start jackhammering on the San Andreas fault line. You get it? Okay, thank you. Blackburn has your vote. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to ask you guys. I just realized, I just got informed, like in my congressional district, that because Byron Donalds was my congressperson, but now it's open. So there's like a whole list of people trying to get my vote for Congress. Madison Cawthorn, remember Madison Cawthorn, the guy he was the guy in the wheelchair, I believe, I thought he was from South Carolina or North Carolina or something. He's moved to Florida now. He lives in my area now. He's running for Congress. I don't know who to vote for now. He was the guy who made all those statements about how they were doing all the kind of crazy sex shit and going to drug-fueled parties and stuff in DC. And then I guess Catalina Lauf, she's running, and some other people. This guy Oberweis, the Oberweis dude, though, I don't know, because there was an Oberweis guy I remember running for Congress or something when I lived in Illinois. Like, did he follow me here? What is going on? Some guy Collins. I don't know. I don't know who I'm going to vote for yet for Congress in the primary. I got to figure it out. I need some information. Window dressing the SAVE Act is not going to move the needle. Yeah, that's right. Ocean didn't want California. It pushed it back, probably. 2 to 4% to commit the most crime. I lived it. Yeah, got to get rid of that 2 to 4%, definitely. Yeah, 1.5% illegal aliens and arrests are just politicians. All need locked up. Yeah. He got booted off the hill for that. Yeah, well, he's running for Congress. You were saying El Salvador, yes. We'll see. Oh, thank you. We'll pull that up in a second. Thank you for getting that for me. So they're going to vote for this thing.
We'll end up having the votes to get him out of committee and then also to get him through his confirmation vote on the floor. Todd Blanche has served President Trump well, and I appreciate the diligence that he has shown as the acting attorney general, and I have no doubt that he is going to honor that continuing work and serve the
well, the debate wasn't the debate like it was just on like a PBD podcast. It wasn't a real debate. I don't like the Fishback guy at all. He gives me really like weird vibes, and I don't even know who the other person is at all. I mean, I'm voting for Byron Donalds for governor. I don't know. I don't know who else. I don't know what the other choice is. So I don't know. They kicked out Cawthorn, so he might be a good choice. Yeah. We'll see.
American people well in the post as Attorney General.
I'm struck because Senator Graham was a fierce competitor, fought hard for what he believed in, but a lot of Democrats are coming out today and remembering a different colleague, somebody that was also very human in dealing with the other side. What about that?
And I saw that Senator Graham and I campaigned together for him in South Carolina and for me in Tennessee. And he and I shared that belief that you build a campaign from the bottom up and you build a Big Tent and you invite everyone to come and support you. And on the ground with him in South Carolina, people referred to him as Lindsay, not as senator, and they embraced him. And I could just experience that warmth that a room would have for him when I was there in South Carolina. And then when he would be here in Tennessee, the fact that people appreciated how he stood for law and order, the rule of law, how he backed our military, how he believed in a border that was secure, and also his support for the SAVE Act and wanting to find a way to get that across the floor. Like I said, we had those provisions that could work their way into the budget bill because you have to tie that to that appropriations and budgeting process.
Okay. So House GOP releases a blueprint for a $95 billion reconciliation package. The package would fund defense, farm aid, and state measures to implement voter ID requirements in elections. So this isn't the SAVE Act. This is something else. This is what they're doing. They're trying to change it up or something. You like him young, vocal, bald. That's what I'm thinking. I think they tried a sex scandal on Cawthorn before kicking him out. When you expose their sex and drug parties, that's what happens. Yeah. I'm voting Donalds, but I don't like that he said he'll debate any of them if they reach double digits only. I don't like that. Oh, I didn't know he said that. I just know they tried to pull some stuff like that Fishback guy, from what I understand, has some connections to PBD, Patrick Bet-David. There's like they know something. So that's why Patrick Bet-David, we're basically trying to like pump up Fishback with the thing. So I don't know. It seemed kind of, he was from North Carolina. You loved him. Well, I guess he lives over in my neck of the woods now because he's running for Congress. So in my district. So I think that's who I'm going to vote for. I don't know. Chinese making robots because no one want to do combat with American furries in camp. Okay. Is the Fishback guy still running? I think so. In camo. American furries in camo. Oh, man. So the budget resolution calls for allocating $95 billion for defense. It includes $73 billion for defense and intelligence amid the Iran war, $10 billion for election integrity efforts, and $12 billion in farm aid. They attached the SAVE Act to the defense authorization bill. No SAVE, no DOD money. Okay. The fish whatever is not passing the smell test with me. Yeah, I just did not. Yeah, something about them like, oh, no. So anyway, we've been going 2 hours and 20 minutes. I was trying to hold out to see if the last $18 would come in before I reset the goal on YouTube, but alas, it hasn't. So real quick, I'm going to reset the goal on YouTube for 1 hour only because we are $18 away from adding a second hour. So I thought I would wait and maybe it would come in and I could just do a 2-hour reset, but alas, it seems like no. So right now we are just $18 away from a second additional hour. There we go. Reset. All right. Karen O says Fishback is good. Okay. I don't know. He just seemed like there's been a lot of accusations about some stuff that happened with him and a young girl and some other shady stuff that I don't know. It seemed sus to me is all I will say. So both the House and Senate must pass identical resolutions to unlock the reconciliation process. Take my money, damn it. Rally time. So that means now we're just 16 away. Which I have to say, if it comes in the next couple minutes, I will reset it and just go to a 2-hour timer. Thank you so much. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him well. Yes. So the House Budget Committee is scheduled to mark up the resolution on July 16th when the full House will vote on the legislation. Instructions in the budget resolution call for the House Armed Services Committee and the House Administration Committee and the House Intelligence Committee and the Agriculture Committee to all get together to work on the bill. The resolution does not have pay-fors or funding sources for increased costs, which could be an issue for fiscal hawks. Oh. Lasers made in China. Republicans will look to include parts of the SAVE Act in the reconciliation bill. House has passed the legislation, but it's been stuck in the Senate as all Democrats oppose it, and the chamber doesn't have 60 votes to ever come to deal with that thing. Well, they can always just do the talking filibuster. That's the way to do it. That's how they used to do it. This didn't go on for hundreds of years, in the country's existence. They didn't have this where it's just like, oh, no 60 votes, we just don't vote on it. No, they used to have to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And basically everybody got to talk twice. And then after the twice, that was the end of it. It wasn't like a nonstop nothing. It was you had to talk and talk and talk and try to win people over. Oh, yeah. Fishback stated that Trump could give everyone $5K, which he should have said, in my opinion. People keep asking, where's my $5K? And saying Trump lied. Yeah, well. Republicans have passed 2 reconciliation bills in the current Congress over the past couple of years. The first was the One Big Beautiful Bill, which made the 2017 tax cuts permanent and included funding for border and security. Don't give Bella a belly rub for me. Thank you. With that 5, folks, that means now we are just $11 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you. The energy needed for personal laser guns would come from supercapacitors and liquid helium-cooled coils. Duh. Yeah. Well, don't you know? President Trump's asked Republicans to make the third reconciliation bill their top priority, top responsibility. Calling on House and Senate leadership to make it their number one priority and to ensure that $350 billion in Reconciliation 3.0 moves out of the Budget Committee as soon as Congress is back in session. The Save America Act, which everyone's asking for, paired with the full funding of our government's Department of War, can be passed very quickly, ensuring the United States stays free for generations to come. Sounds good to me. Here's this is a good thing. This is what the actress and filmmaker Justine Bateman writes epic response to shrieking angry rep Rashida Tlaib. Yeah, remember her? This was Mallory. And this is what's wild. Remember, Mallory played the dumb one on Family Ties. Turns out she wasn't dumb. People all over the political spectrum are getting tired of the antics of people like Rashida Tlaib. Every time the woman speaks, it's a fire and brimstone diatribe. She doesn't talk like a member of Congress. She sounds more like an unhinged leader of an invading force. Actress and filmmaker Justine Bateman is not a conservative. If anything, she's a centrist. Yet, even she has had it. You want to read what she wrote in response to Tlaib? Bateman was reacting to this video. So here's this video. Rashida Tlaib's political structures. Yeah, so this is Tlaib.
Look at this rooms, motherfuckers. We ain't going anywhere. political structures that I have to work in, that we all are surrounded by, was built on slavery and genocide and rape and oppression. Real change doesn't come from the cowards and warmongers in Congress. It comes from the streets. It comes from all of us mobilizing and seizing the power to resist and fight back. Gaza is the compass in this country.
No, it's not.
Now we're in Congress, and we're every corner of the United States.
Wow, every corner. That's a problem. We got to root them out, root and stem. We got to get them out of here. We got to get them out of here. Thank you for the 5, Karen O, on PayPal. That means we're now just $6 away from a second additional hour of the show. Just $6 away. Thank you so much. That B needs to go. Yes, needs to go. Democrat hand gestures are so dramatic. Yes. Hawaii needs to get cleaned up. Yeah, Hawaii would be nice. Why couldn't Hawaii? Justine Bateman is based. Yes. Tlaib should move to the communist country of her choice. Yes. The state tried to disqualify Cawthorn from running using the 14th Amendment regarding barring insurrectionists. Same thing Colorado tried with Trump in 2024. Really? Oh, wow. What a repugnant hag. Yes. I thought I reached my peak, pissed off with AOC. Guess I was wrong. Yes. Yeah, this one she should be thrown out. So this is Bateman's. These people are ridiculous. They have lost all tethers to a sense of self. The entire identity now relies on this treasonous hate of America. They make up fantasies of how horrible America never was to justify their need to fight tyranny. They have no identity but this, and they cling to it with a death grip because they have nothing else. Wow, look at this. Tornado Annie. For 10, here's to another hour.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow, thank you so much. With that 10, folks, that means we are now just $96 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. And I'm just going to go right ahead and I'm going to restart the goal on YouTube for 2 hours. Because why not? Why not? Yes, thank you for supporting this show. Thank you. Thank you, Tornado Annie. Thank you to everybody. 2 things that I look forward to when I die. I will never hear slavery and white supremacists again. I've gotten used to racism. Yes, it's crazy, right? Kind of nuts, right? So let me do this real quick before I forget. I'm going to reset the goal. Because why not? Why not? Just set it for 2 hours for $96. It's easier to do that. Thank you to everybody. So I'm going to continue. No, do this. No. Remove the goal. I'm going to, hey, Jason, good to see you. And I'm going to restart the goal for 2 hours. And we're 96 away from adding a third additional hour. There we go. Good to go. All right. Now we're going. We got 2 hours left to show at least. There we go. All set. Thank you so much to everybody. All right. Okay. Cheers to everybody. Good deal. Yes. All this tech is a double-edged sword when you have nefarious intentions. It is. It's bad. And I hope you had a great evening. Any updates from CENTCOM? Just the only updates were earlier today. They did another round of strikes. I got plenty of tabs. Plenty of tabs open. So, yeah, they have lost all tethers to a sense of self. Their entire identity now relies on this treasonous hate of America. They make up fantasies about horrible America never was to justify their need to fight tyranny. They have no identity but this, and they cling to it like a death grip, death touch, dim muck, because they have nothing else. None of this is true. None of the fantasy, not the fantasy about America, about which she is streaking, not her identity of believing herself to be some hero in a movie about an oppressive government, and not the resulting Congress-free, Senate-free, president-free, childish, completely chaotic future she sees for this country. She's an infant. She and others like her will not get their way, not even close. If you have a modicum of common sense, if you have a modicum of common sense, it's time to let your line in the sand about tolerance be made known. Myself, I have a limit to tolerance. I have a limit to patience. And I know there is a limit to free speech. If your plan is to tear down the United States of America, if your plan is treason, I will not tolerate you. I will have zero patience for you. I will not defend your right to free speech. Wow. There you go. That was boom. If someone like Justin Bateman is saying this to leave, you can be sure that millions of Americans feel the same way. Yes. I have to call stories about produce before deciding what food to meal plan. Call stores about produce. Oh, stores. Okay. And then this, just so everybody knows who not to vote for, this is the Justice Democrats lineup right here. These people, Justice Democrats. These are the people who run the casting calls. So don't vote for Mi Vang. Don't vote for Saikat Chekabari, Angela Gonzalez-Torres, Malat Quiros, Cory Bush, Kat Abu-Ghazala. She's already lost. Junot Ahmed. Wow. Look at all these people. These are all the communists. Every one of these is communist. These are the Justice Democrats. They should just be called the Congress, the communists. Ro Khanna. Look at these. Commie, scum, commie, scum, all commie scum. Look at them all. These are all the commies. Look at them all. Commie. Professor Xavier, commie. This is all them. Cory Bush already lost before and got kicked out. Now she's trying to run again. It's crazy. So do not vote for any of these commies. And then this next story, a $1 Trump coin honoring US's 250th is unveiled. Here's where you can add it to your collection. So yeah, so there's going to be a goal. We need to deploy to B-52s, start laying down some bombs. That would work for me. Robots are taking over our lives. Polls say the Dems are in the lead to win the House. How is that possible? Oh, wait, paid polls. Yeah, I don't understand how it's possible considering the redistricting, but who knows? Day-breaking strikes petered out. Been 40 plus minutes since heard of any. Few tankers still in the area. All wood chipper qualified. I don't like Kana. I don't like any of them. So easy to be a communist in the land of plenty. Let's ask the Cubans if they want another 67 years of that shit. I bet they'd say no. My other handle on Tube is Call Me Slayer. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I have a plan for the communists. It's an easy plan. It's really simple. It just involves several thousand helicopters and a bunch of, trips out to sea. As someone that lived through drafts at a time of war, you don't want to bring back the draft. You don't want to do that, but I don't think we need to. Holy frickin' moly, my shit stinks. How's it going? So Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced on Wednesday that unveiled the new design of the dollar coin bearing President Trump's face, calling it the tribute to the nation's 250th anniversary, saying the mint will begin striking the peace. As it commemorates the 250th year of independence, the mint will begin striking this new $1 gold coin to honor the enduring legacy of liberty and a lasting symbol of patriotism. Good day, Jim. Thank you. AI is not self-aware, but they need you to believe it is. Now they can blame drones attacking civilians on rogue AI. No accountability is a real goal. Going to get the Trump coins, definitely. Now, I wonder, are these going to be real gold or just gold colored? Featuring President Trump, it celebrates the strength and American values and the promise of the nation dedicated to preserving the freedom for all. Look at that. $1. In God we trust. I think I'm going to get some of those coins. Does that include some swimming lessons for free, Jim? Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, they'll be taught to swim the same way I was taught to swim when I was a baby by my uncle. Just tossed me in the pool. Learn to sink or swim. It's a gold hue. Yes. So the coin's front side will feature a portrait of Trump with the inscriptions "Liberty" and "God We Trust" and the date 1776 to 2026. The reverse side depicts the Great Seal of the United States with 250 on the shield and denomination $1. According to the Treasury, the coin is being issued under the Circulating Collectible Coin Redesign Act of 2020, which authorized the Department Secretary to issue $1 coins with designs emblematic of this year's semi-quincentennial. Wow. So, Treasury spokesperson said legal research conducted by both the U.S. Mint and Treasury concluded the design complies with federal law, which typically bars putting living people's likeness on coinage. The new currency is minted in Philadelphia and will be available for sale in rolls and in bags in the fall. I'm going to want some. I want some coins. Yes. I want some coins. That's how sailors teach swimming. Same way I was taught. Yeah. That's it. 0.001 grams, 99.999%. Yeah, I mean, that would be a tiny coin, wouldn't it? I mean, I buy all types of Trump stuff. I got a bunch of Trump cover comic books and stuff that I collected and had certified. Will there be a wrapped chocolate version? Probably. Despite the appearance, the Treasury stated coins does not actually contain gold. Oh no. No. Let me see if I can. How's that? Is that better? Better view for everybody? What it's going to look like? Sylvie says, my dad fled communism in the 50s, so I know about communism, real communism. Giving yourself a few minutes of time out. You're getting too pissed about what? What's wrong? Oh, communists. Oh, I hate communists too. Let's see here. Let's see the back. That's the back. And I'm going to get some. I'll get a couple rolls, at least. Maybe get. I wonder if you can get a proof set. Get a proof set of it. So the spokesman described it as a non-precious metal coin with a gold-like finish. Treasury also pointed to historical precedent, noting that President Calvin Coolidge appeared on the 1926 commemorative half dollar while still in office. The Coolidge Washington commemorative coin, authorized by Congress to help finance the 150th anniversary celebration of the Declaration of Independence, marked the first time the likeness of a sitting president appeared on a coin. So I guess they already did it once, so they can't complain. They can't bellyache. So they're probably going to try to sue and stop it. I would imagine they're going to try something. Hopefully not. I want these coins. And Pete Hegseth announced that new requirements, the Pentagon testosterone tests and who it impacts. So yeah, they're going to want annual testosterone tests on all service members that are males, obviously. 250,000 special coins were minted and released into city on the newest quarter. If you find one with July 4th on it, save it. Really? Jefferson Liberty Bell? Well, that's awesome. I didn't hear about that. You can't buy them, only in circulation. Got to find them. I'm pro-life for conservatives, but heavily support abortion, freedom for commies. Didn't Eisenhower get a dollar coin? Well, Eisenhower silver dollars, but I think that was after he was. I mean, Kennedy got put on the $50 like pretty quick. Or Kennedy $50, right? Kennedy $50, wasn't that like in 1964? Should test females as well. So this is this French flyover. Oh, look at this. French flyover for the 250th. This is nice. Well, we can't the song to get us, but look at that. That's so pretty. Red, white, and blue. Yay. Woohoo. Woohoo. I love planes. Yeah, go on. Get in there. Awesome. So Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced on Wednesday that the Pentagon will begin requiring annual testosterone deficiency screenings for active duty security service members aged 30 and older, saying the move is designed to improve military readiness and support long-term health. I mean, yeah, why not? If they need to get put on HRT, or testosterone TRT, testosterone replacement therapy, they need to do it. So the new policy unveiled in a video posted to X will make testosterone testing a standard part of the military's existing annual periodic health assessment. I'm authorizing new screenings. So let's see. Here we go.
At the Department of War, we have the most elite warriors on the face of the earth. Every single day, you are pushed to your absolute physical and mental limits to master the profession of arms. We demand your all, and you give it. But while we invest heavily in our weapon systems, platforms, and gear, our most decisive tactical advantage will always be the individual warfighter. We have a sacred duty to maintain that advantage, which is why we must constantly look for new ways to optimize your performance, your resilience, and your long-term health. And to meet that commitment today, I'm authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members, ensuring you have the right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best. Because it's well-established science that as we age, testosterone levels often naturally drop. Under the supervision of our world-class medical professionals, warfighters age 30 and older are going to be tested annually as part of their periodic health assessment. It's a health assessment that happens every year. We're just adding this test. Those under 30 can voluntarily choose to get the test as well. If treatment is recommended, it's entirely your choice to receive testosterone replacement therapy. This initiative, it's not about artificial enhancement. It's about restoring and optimizing your natural capabilities, protecting your longevity, and ensuring you have the biological foundation required to sustain the fight. We owe our warriors the absolute best medical care in the world, and this program delivers on that obligation. Taking care of your long-term health means ensuring you remain strong, resilient, and capable, not just for your next deployment, but for the rest of your life, so you can thrive long after you take off the uniform. As we know, the modern battlefield is brutal and unrelenting. It requires and demands maximum psychological and mental readiness. And by addressing these health markers early, we're keeping you on the leading edge of lethality and giving you the same level of support that you give this nation, the absolute best. Godspeed, keep going, and God bless.
I don't have any problem with this. Anybody have a problem with this? I don't see why it'd be an issue. I mean, they're saying you're not forced to take it, but if you have low T, because I've seen the studies, like it's brutal. Like a 30-year-old man today, has the testosterone level of a man in his 60s in the 50s. It's insane. It's insane. Like this, it's got to be something in the food or something plastics. There's something that is interfering with our endocrine systems that are causing a decrease in testosterone. Like, I mean, the short-term answer is to replace the testosterone, because basically without the testosterone, your body, basically for a man, if you don't have the testosterone, your body is basically, like you're telling you you're dying. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you don't, stuff like that. But, like we need to figure out what's causing the problem too and fix it going forward. We need to fix the problem to correct it. I have one problem. Not all soldiers are SF, so they need to take it easy how they do it. Yeah, well, they'll I mean, here's the thing, like anybody who's ever had like anybody, okay, I take testosterone weekly, 1 shot a week, not a lot, a half a cc a week. It doesn't do anything except for, makes me feel good. Like normally, like if I don't take it, I don't feel good. I'm tired. I don't, it's too much chemicals in our food and water. Yeah. I just say, like, it's SF is special forces. But it's not, I mean, I did it, it didn't, I've been taking it for 10 years now, almost, because it's bad. Hormone injected food to increase production fucked a lot of us. Even saw there was a study that smoking boosted T levels need mind checked. Yeah. Special forces. Yeah. So, he's pointing with all fingers. This is important stuff. Pay attention. Yeah. Well, like just good medicine. Yeah. You don't have to do it, but it's Jim's on the blue chew. No, I'm not on the blue chew. You don't, that's the thing. You don't need the blue chew if you get your teeth straightened out. Really, you shouldn't. That's part of the problem. The blue chew is actually not solving the issue, the problem. It's the testosterone that's the problem. So, well, this is a good thing. I think this is a good thing. I mean, as long as they're not forcing people to take it, and as long as it's just to correct the T level, you know what I mean, to get it to where it needs to be, 7, 8, 900, they're not trying to pump people up to 2,000, 3,000. I can get Viagra at the VA. All they have to do is ask. It's insane. Yeah. Aromatase enzyme is what I think is doing it. Well, I'm not sure. I'm just saying, but whatever it is, we need to figure out what's causing it, and fix it and stop it. If it's plastics, if it's plastics, if it's Teflon, if it's chemicals, forever chemicals, whatever it is, something changed in like the 60s and 70s. What am I? I'm just taking whatever, cypionate, testosterone cypionate. Low T has been shown to lead to unstable aggression. Yeah. So blue chew is cardiovascular, not T. No, I know, that's what I'm saying. But the blue chew, like you needing the blue chew is because you have low T and you don't have the, the urge, the desire, the oomph to go. So the Madison Avenue soy boy ad formats don't help. Yeah. The problem is chicks not being chicks. It's the food. American food is bad. It's the red dye in the Skittles. Oh no. I stopped buying chicken from the grocery store after I found out what they're doing to our chicken industry. Oh my God. I love chicken. I have never had the kind of health issues that causes lymphedema. Testosterone is low due to poisons and hormone disruptors, period. Yeah. So that's good news, though. I think so. And speaking of U.S. forces use a Hellfire missile to disable an oil tanker sailing towards Iran's Karg Island. Pretty sure I have low T. Yeah. Get it tested. It's real simple. It's nothing. You just get some blood work done. Water, air, food. Yeah. Turning the frogs gay, probably. If I could, I'd eat chicken and shrimp every day. Yes, I love chicken and shrimp. I love shrimp too, actually. But yeah, I will just say, if you're What does detoxing means? Detoxing is getting the toxins out of your body. I don't know. I have a permanent low T because of cancer. Oh, do you take anything for it, Derek? Or it's just permanent because of the cancer? Nothing you can do. So CENTCOM on Wednesday announced a new wave of strikes against Iran after President Trump declared the ceasefire over. It sucks. U.S. strikes have continued against Iranian missile and drone sites. CENTCOM sent a statement the second wave started this afternoon at 3 p.m. Frauds, change sex based on male to female ratio. Monthly shot for life. Wow. U.S. military forces use Hellfire missiles to disable an oil tanker sailing towards Karg Island. The blocker for the enzyme is also anti-cancer. Oh, man. Interesting. What's up, Drader? Siskel D. Fried shrimp, fried scampi. Yes. Busting ass all day and 107 heat index suck the starch completely out of you. Well, that'll happen. You lack protein. If you lack protein, get yourself some Biltong from Biltong USA. www.biltongusa.com for all your protein needs. 50% protein. Tastes great. Use promo code JIM, save 10%. My brother was taking testosterone to cause his spleen to go bad, probably too high of a dose. Well, that you don't want to, that's the thing. You got to, if you're going to take it, you have to, go like every 6 months. I have to get blood work. They monitor everything. They check everything. I take another pill called anastrozole. I think it's called because if you have excess testosterone, it converts to estrogen or something like that, and you can get other effects. So, you got to take another pill to make sure you don't have the other problem type of thing. So the missiles were fired into the ship's smokestack. Biltong would have done the trick. Yes. So CENTCOM forces observed the Kukachara. What is this? The Curacao flagged Belma transiting. The commercial vessel ignored multiple warnings in an attempt to violate the U.S. blockade. U.S. forces resumed the naval blockade against vessels traveling in the form of the inner to or from the Iranian port. Just eat roadkill and you'll be okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Will we see the islands taken over? It's starting to look like maybe we might see the islands taken over. You have possums in New Zealand. You're a woman. You wish you could take it. You're losing muscle mass. I mean, talk to your doctor. They can give you something, I think. GMO blocks absorption of vitamin B. Yeah. I also take a vitamin B12 shot twice a month just because of the back problems I have, the cartilage and ligament, the damage to my discs and stuff in my back. For whatever reason, like I don't know if it's a chicken or egg type of thing where if your back pain issues, it eats up your problems. It actually eats up your vitamin B12. So you got to take B12, and I don't know. Have I seen reports of the Houthis threatening the Red Sea? I've seen some stuff. Oh no, we're starting the possum bit again. Yeah, we're not going to talk about spelling it though, Jim. Weight loss resistant. Just tell you Ozempic. Wow. There we go. Wow, hold on. That was quick. So this is the ship, it looks like, and this is going to be the Hellfire missile striking it. Boom. I mean, why does it always do that when we see it? It's such a crappy photo and then a video. It's like, why can't we get better video? So just always wondered that. All right. On to the next story. Here we go. On to the next story. Public confidence in TV news and newspapers are at record lows. Can you believe that? Do I think we'll see the Houthis? I think Saudi Arabia has them on the run. Well, the Saudis are really trying to take over, I think, Yemen. If the Saudis could take over Yemen, they could run pipelines right through Yemen. They wouldn't have to deal with the Gulf at all. They could just go right out into the the Red Sea. Garlic helps with heart health. I like garlic. I love garlic on my sketties, my meatballs. They have better video, just not for the public. Okay. Aged garlic is the best for calcified arteries. I love garlic. I take like whole garlic and I just put it in my sauce, and then I like when it gets nice and roasted, and then just eat the garlic. I grow garlic. Last month we harvested 345 bulbs. I've been freezing and drying garlic. Oh yes, yes. I like to I'll buy garlic bulbs and then I'll just peel them all and put them in the freezer, and that way they stay fresher in the freezer. You just drop them into what you're cooking. And so television and newspapers have suffered historically low levels of public confidence. You don't say, resulting in the annual Gallup poll released Tuesday reveal. It's a national survey conducted. Gallup polled public confidence in 14 institutions. Today, levels of confidence in television news, 14%, is lower than any other institution except for Congress. Wow. You say you put garlic in your socks? Oh yeah, I put them in your socks. Yes, definitely. What did Jim say? Wait, what did Jim say? My sauce. My sauce. When I make spaghetti sauce or pizza sauce, I put whole garlic in there. Yes, fire them all. Absolutely. That's how I would give up all the secrets if they'd bring me Publix chicken or shrimp. It's over. You guys are going down, Yankees. I suck on raw garlic cloves like candy. I too grow garlic. I grow my own pineapples too, and they're so good. You guys ain't never had pineapple unless you grew your own. That is the best. People suck. Now I'm hungry. I'm going. Publix is closed. Pretty sure I heard socks too. Garlic is a natural antibiotic. Yes. Has anyone met someone who approves of Congress? Well, see, that's the thing. Most people say they don't approve of Congress, but then asked about their congressman or senator, generally people go, oh, yeah, I support them. If they voted for them, that is. Confidence in newspapers is at 17%. It's third lowest, topping only television news and Congress. I only grew one pineapple. It's sweet, but very small. They grow like weeds, Joe. What you got to do is you got to get some fertilizer. I have them growing outside along my lanai, along the water and everything, and along the side of my house, plus pots all over, packed with them. And if the first year you get one pineapple out of the one, what you do is you buy a pineapple from the store, you cut the top off, you plant it, and that'll grow to a pineapple. By the next year, you'll have one pineapple. But then the following year, that plant will have 4 or 5 pineapples. So then they spread like weeds. They just grow like weeds. You got to thin them out and stuff. But yeah, I had like 40 pineapples this year. You almost made Lowe's a $1 trillion company trying to grow that ungrateful bitch. Well, they don't need much. The trick, Joe, is they don't need a lot of water. All right. If you overwater them, you'll kill them. Almost as bad as underwatering. But sometimes they grow. Like sometimes I've got like big ones, nice big ones. And other times I've gotten the tiny ones like the size of a softball. And it just depends on, it has to do with the growth time. Pineapples are more of a perfect food than bananas. Yes. That's the thing. If you grow your own pineapple and you let it start to yellow on the plant before you take it off, you don't want it to get all super yellow because then it's basically like, too overdone, but like yellow with a little bit of green on it, and you take it off and oh my God, it's so sweet. It's not sour really at all. Super good. Cayenne pepper opens heart disease as well, also prevents heart attacks. Love growing garlic. Got my strain from an old Italian woman her family brought from Italy. She lived into her early hundreds. Wow. Congress doesn't pass legislation. The president does until the next president reverses it and acts his own. I'm just a bill was a lie. I do shots of cayenne pepper daily. At 14% confidence in television news, it's just 3 points above its record low of 11, set last June. Likewise, confidence in the newspapers is teetering just 1 point above its lowest mark recorded in 2022. You have oranges, kumquats, peanuts, pomegranates, and champagne grapes and dates. That's awesome. Yes, use copper by your plants to help pineapple grow. Differences of less than 5 percentage points between this year's levels and prior points is not statistically significant, putting both newspapers and television news at their historic low points. Pineapple has an enzyme that kills spike protein in COVID and long COVID. Really? Didn't know that. I am fermenting garlic with honey, and I'm going to use vinegar too. Wow. Are you doing a bonus hour? I'm doing 2 bonus hours right now. I have a whole nother bonus hour after this one. Coney. There's a place I can't remember now in Puerto Rico. The pineapples are big and so freaking good. Jim changed the subject. Now I want chicken, shrimp, and pineapple. Bad, Jim. Bad. Sorry. Wow, really? I love pineapple. Oh, man. You ain't never had a pineapple unless you can grow your own. Seriously. Oh, I was going to tell you, Joe. You want to get the fertilizer you want to get for the pineapple, and you need a lot of it. Just like once or twice a year, you fertilize it a little bit. It's just it's like they're the pellets like that you would use for like avocado and citrus, or like basically like the same stuff you would use for palm trees and stuff like that. Basically, same like avocado citrus fertilizer, like high nitrogen. That's it. I have variegated pineapple that produces pineapple on fruit producing very thorny. Yes. Well, yeah, the pineapples, we're 96 away from a third extra hour. That's right. What happens is the pineapples don't have spikes on them until they're going to produce fruit. And then once the leaves start getting the little tiny spikes on the edge, that'll get you like almost like needles or slivers. They'll get you good, and you got to like pull them out. That's when they're going to produce fruit. Dog is earning kibble tonight. Yes. I am in Virginia. I don't think I can grow pineapples. Bring them in the house during the winter. Bring them in the house during the winter. That's all. Bring them in the house during the winter. Put them in your garage or something. You need to water them once or twice a week. Get a nice light to shine on them. That's all. Don't penitentiaries and Hawaii surround themselves with pineapple fields to prevent escapees from getting far without shredding themselves? Probably. They won't die. Not if you bring them in. As long as you bring them in, like you bring them inside. You plant them in a big pot. Get like a nice big pot that's like a nice decent sized pot, and then just pull them in the house. Pull them in the house. Or how do you start to grow a pineapple? All you do is take the top of the pineapple plant. That's it. You take the pineapple. You cut the top off, you plant that in the ground, the green spikes that are coming out of pineapple grows a pineapple plant, another pineapple. They don't need a lot of sun, not a lot of sun, but just sun, You can get lamps, you cut the top off. You can get a lamp, like a metal halide or a sodium vapor lamp, and hang it, up 12 hours a day over it during the winter time, and then grow them. As long as it's not going to freeze, it's going to be fine. That's it. Jimmy Pineapple Seed over here. Yeah. Democrats place more faith in newspapers and television than Republicans. Well, of course they do. Regarding television news, only 6% of Republicans have either a great deal or quite a lot of confidence compared to 16% of Democrats and independents. Newspapers, 22% of demon rats express confidence in the institution, more than twice the 10% of Republicans who do so. Democrats also have more confidence than Republicans in 2 other purveyors of information: public schools and institutions of higher learnings. He needs a hat and overalls, probably. Amid concerns about the U.S. election education system increasingly being used to promote far-left ideology rather than to foster education, just 16% of Republicans report having confidence in public schools. I have no confidence. Pineapple has enough rooting hormone that makes it easy to propagate. Oh yeah, they spread like wildfire, man. They'll just keep grow. And then you'll get like you'll grow, and then you'll have like other shoots coming off out of the bottom. And then after, like when you get the first pineapple plant, you'll have these things called pups that'll be coming out the sides. These other little plants look like coming out. Each pup will make its own pineapple. So difference even wider when it comes to higher education. 23% of Republicans have faith in institution compared to 50% of Democrats. So 50% of Democrats think colleges are awesome. We have a garden right now. We're growing carrots, squash, zucchini, butternut squash, cantaloupe, watermelon, sweet potato, purple potato, Tomato cucumber. That's awesome. That's awesome. It's hard where I'm at. Like I can only grow like vegetables like cucumbers and tomatoes and carrots and stuff like that during the winter time. I can't grow it in the summer. It gets too hot. Basically, the sun is too like maybe I need a pergola or something like that, or I need to put them in the shade because the sun just dries them out and burns them and they don't grow. It's too hot. That is a great garden. Yeah. And then we got this story. House passes Trump back bill to make daylight savings time permanent. This guy says the same goes for Mary Jane. You ain't smoke good until you grow your own. A canopy, maybe. Yeah, well, I was thinking about something like that. I killed plants good, lol. Because colleges are 95% staffed by leftists, they're really only Hillsdale that's conservative. Yeah, well, that's why they all think they're great. So House of Representatives on Tuesday passed a Trump-backed bill to make daylight savings time permanent. The bill, dubbed the Sunshine Protection Act, passed 308 to 117. The bill will head to the Senate. Back in May, President Trump touted the Sunshine Act, which will make daylight savings time permanent and remove the requirement for Americans to adjust their clocks twice a year, once in the spring and once in the fall. But if you start growing carrot seeds now, you can let them grow through winter and they'll taste really sweet after they get kissed by frost. I don't get any, see, I don't, that's the thing. I can only grow in the wintertime because it doesn't get hot enough. Like we don't get frost really here. Like maybe once you might get a little frost, it might get into the 40s or might tip, once overnight, but that's it, sweet and sour rice vinegar and honey, over 1,000-year-old recipe. Awesome. I love sweet and sour stuff. I love sweet and sour sauce on like egg rolls. So the big vote today, 48-1 in the energy on the bill, including the Sunshine Protection Act. So important that hundreds of millions of dollars are spent every year by people, cities, and states being forced to change their clocks. Many of these clocks are located in towers. The cost of renting or using heavy equipment to do this twice a year is prohibited. The House will be attaching the Sunshine Protection Act to the highway bill. I'm going to work very hard to see the Sunshine Protection Act signed into law. It's the time that people can stop worrying about the clock, not to mention all the work and money that's spent on this ridiculous twice-a-year production. It'll be nice and a very nice win for the Republican Party to take it. I mean, I have to say I kind of am a fan of the extra hour. I used to be. I shouldn't say it anymore. But when I was out hitting the clubs and you would get the extra hour of drinking when at 1 a.m. or whatever, 2 a.m. when the time would change back. And so you would get an extra hour of the bar being open. That was always nice. You're in a good place to grow exotic treats. I love Florida. I've been suggesting a meetup for all of us. Maybe that will happen soon. Well, we'll have to see. What's up, Hamburger Helper? What's up, Playa? How you doing? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Maybe we could get something going. Maybe I talk to like some other people. There's some other people down here near me. Maybe we could get some kind of meetup thing happening. We'll see something. Gosney's not that far away. Hey, look at this. Karen Manning's gifted 1 Jim Tells You membership. Thank you so much. With that, folks, that means we are now just $90 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Karen. Greatly appreciated. And that means that CC Bradley, 2809, received a gift of membership. Thank you so much, Karen Manning, for bringing CC Bradley into the Jimsomniacs. Thank you. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess we could arrange something. Maybe. No, I don't play music. I don't play music. I don't have any skills for any type of. I could make it during the winters. Yeah, maybe we could do something. We could meet for breakfast or something sometime at a restaurant or something like that, I guess. So, So Trump's all happy. Not everyone supports it. The Senate unanimously approved the Sunshine Protection Act in 2022. However, it stalled over concerns about dark morning commutes. The Senate passed measure failed to advance in the House in 2022. Great Eagle says, Jim, you should have your own concert. I'm not a musician. Thank you for the two, though. What that means, we're now $88 away. 88. Oh, that's a very interesting number. A lot of people say there's weird connotations to the number 88. I'm not sure. Jim lives in Florida. Yes, everybody here lives in Florida. Yes, I live in Florida. Changing clocks is something you can't find the energy to do. You have a problem. Yes. We can all camp in Jim's yard. Not really. My yard is mainly a water. You'd be wet in the brackish water. So many believe it'll help reduce seasonal depression. Others argue it isn't safe for children. The National Association of Convenience Stores opposes the change, telling Congress this month we should not have kids going to school in the dark. Reuters reported that in 2022. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's always been like this. So I don't know why it's well, in that case, we can all just sleep in Bella's huge bed. You know, she won't mind. Bella loves to have company in her bed. Always has. House passes bill to make daylight savings time permanent. Same thing from CBS. So I don't know. Do we really need to talk any more about this? So there's the vote. 193 to 22 for Republicans, 114 to 95. So the Democrats were like evenly split about it.
Vote, the yeas are 308, the nays are 117. The bill is passed.
That's it. So this just moments ago on the House floor. So the president playing it off his phone. I told you it was Here Comes the Sun. Did it not work?
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
All right. Not bad there. I guess that's the House audio system. So the president could soon get his wish, say goodnight to daylight saving time, and lawmakers taking up this bill to make that permanent. That's what they passed. The Bipartisan Sunshine Protection Act would eliminate shifting the clock twice a year. In addition, they say to helping some farmers, advocates say it would also perhaps improve public.
I'm going to tell you, Pat Hacker says the kids around here will be waiting for the bus in the dark. When my son was going to school, he was waiting for the bus in the dark with daylight savings time. He had to get up at 4:30 in the morning to make it to his bus to go to school. So it's just, it's the way it is. Arizona doesn't change time. How do they survive? What do you want, buddy? Okay, we'll put them on then. That happened in 1973. Yeah. They need to make standard time permanent, not savings. Yes, there you go.
Health, reduce car crashes across the country, and bring down crime. Now, there's an identical version introduced by the Florida Senator Rick Scott, working its way through the Senate, and Senator Scott is our guest now, live from Capitol Hill. I think, I said it before the break, good to see you, Senator, that if there's any confusion sometimes, people say, oh, all right, permanent daylight saving, what does that mean? Does that mean it's going to get light earlier, or it's going to stay light longer? So just in simple terms, tell us what you support and why. What is this bill going to mean for the American people? I know we don't have to change our clocks, but what are we getting?
Well, number one, you don't have to change your clocks. But if your state wants to change and go to standard time, they can. So it's not like we're mandating that your state do what Florida wants to do. In my state, I probably get asked about this probably almost as much as I get asked about the Save America Act. I passed legislation while I was governor that said, as soon as the federal government allows this, we're going to go to daylight savings time, and we're not going to go back and forth.
Wow. So they're not going to go back and forth. Oh, okay. All right. So I guess that's what they want to do in Florida is go daylight savings time and nothing else. All right. Next story. Joe Biden announces he's written a tell-all book, and the replies are absolutely savage. That's right. Derek says here, it doesn't help the farmers anymore. It was when they were in the fields by hand and had hand tools. Yes, that's right. Maybe just have the kids take winter off instead of summer. Maybe. Less daylight in the summer here. The GOP supports it because they are a slave to business lobbies. Daylight savings time is bad for our bodies, but good for consumer spending. Well, no, they want just permanent daylight. What they're saying is permanent daylight savings time. They mean they don't want it to. They just want it to. They don't like whatever to stay in daylight savings time always, not to switch back and forth. So, in 73, people were overwhelmingly positive for it. 4 months later, they were against it. You're glad they passed it. You live in Colorado. Hey, Yorkie mom, that's great. Daylight savings time is great for upstate New York. Hate daylight savings time. Really bad for your health. It's depressing when it's dark at 5 p.m. Yeah. It doesn't ever get dark at 5 p.m. here, but it's like when we spring forward and then we get into the summer, it doesn't get dark till like 8:30, 9 o'clock. It starts getting dark. But then like in the winter time here, it'll get I don't know. It doesn't ever, and you fall back, it doesn't get dark. It still gets dark at like 6:30. So it would be late, later anyway. So shadow ban. I don't know what that means. Jet, how you been? Great to see you. Have you been in here? I didn't see you say anything earlier. Yeah, Rick Scott, I didn't like him as governor. When we went to the river, when there was low 200,000 limit on ATM withdrawals, we'd cross over to Arizona and pull more money at the 11 p.m. Oh. Okay. You're talking about all right. Our schools could open 1 hour later during the winter months. Yeah, they could. That's what I mean. We should just be on permanent standard, not permanent daylight savings time. Oh, okay. Well, I do anyway. He screams at 4 or 5 p.m. depending on the time of the year. Oof. Didn't mind him as governor. To me, it was better than a Democrat. Well, better than a Democrat, but the stuff that he did, I didn't like the gun control shit. And I didn't like the gun. So Biden's written a book. You guys believe it? Joe Biden has written a book. In an unwelcome development for the Democrats, Joe Biden has burst back onto the scene just before the midterms with a major announcement that the American people are ripping apart. On Wednesday morning, Biden revealed he's written a book reflecting on his time as president, explaining why he did so. The book, Promise Me America, is coming out November 17th. It's available for pre-order now. In a video accompanying the announcement, Biden first updates the American people on what he's been doing. That details exactly what's in his memoir. Well, the AutoPen AI book. Yes. You mean his ghostwriter wrote the mumbles? Yes. Does it come with crayons? I don't know. The AutoPen wrote Biden a book. Yes. Got to go to bed. Been good being here. I'll be back whenever I can. Good night. Good times. Well, thank you, Richard Tatership. I do these shows just about every evening. The only times they're not at 7 p.m. Eastern is if Robert Gavea is running late or something. I will start a little later. And then on Saturdays and Sundays, they're later shows. So yeah, that's how I do. Different countries and states all changed at different times. Nightmare for me starting. Yeah, streaming. Yes, it is. It is. Biden, he can't even sign his name. He needed something else to do it, but he's written a book. It's crazy. Yes. Please, I hope you come back. I hope to see you again. It's been nice talking to you. Biden said readers will learn about his thought process regarding the critical decisions he supposedly made while in office and why he decided to run for re-election before reversing himself. The former White House occupant also says the book will explain why he has so much faith in America. Wait, is he actually going to? Oh, okay. Here we go. We're going to have.
Since I left the presidency, I've had a lot of people ask me, Joe, what have you been doing? I've been spending a lot of time with my family. I've been dealing with a cancer diagnosis, and I've been getting treatment, and it's been going really well. I want to thank all those who offered their prayers and support and well wishes. It's meant the world to me and to Jill. I've written a book about my time as president. It's called Promise Me America. It's coming out in November.
All right, let's be 100%. This is a money grab. This is a money grab for his family, for Jill, and they need the spigot got turned off for the Biden family. They need money. Biden's book will be in the fiction section. Yes, sleeping and eating ice cream. AI of him. Yeah. Does he talk about how he sold out the country for his own personal gain? Well, maybe if you pay for the extra super secret part of the book. What do you think will be in the Biden presidential library? I don't even know if he's going to have one. Honestly, I don't know exactly what it is. Yes, it's a money grab. It's a money grab. How I Framed Clarence Thomas. That should be the book. Yes.
It's available for pre-order now.
Yeah, pre-order now.
It's about the challenge we faced as a nation, about the decisions I made, and why I made them.
Yes, what has he been doing? He's been drooling on a lot of stuff and eating a lot of pudding. It's a coloring book for sure, definitely. The policeman found white stuff in the White House there. Why? Yes, they should figure that out. Joe is dead. I don't know. He could be. Way better name, right? Hey, ChatGPT, right? Write a book. It's Joe Biden.
Leading the country through COVID, rebuilding our economy, and restoring our democracy after the attack on January 6th.
Oh, it's going to be about January 6th. It's going to be about ending the war in Afghanistan. So he's going to talk about all the billions and billions of dollars worth of shit he left to the Afghans. Wow. I'd like to hear Jim's idea on continuity of government. What do you mean by a continuity of government? How to talking about the order of succession, like how the like the TV show 24. I don't know what you mean by that. This isn't him. You can't make out what he's saying, and sounds intelligent. You cannot hate them enough. Definitely. You can hear him like slurring his words though. Reptilians live forever, damn it. Joe never took office. The economy, yes. Joe likes Werther's Originals. What his favorite flavor of ice cream is.
In our nation's longest war in Afghanistan, strengthening NATO, and supporting Ukraine. It's about why I chose to run for re-election and why I chose to step aside. Most of all, it's about my faith in the promise of America.
Yeah, right.
The promise we made to those who've gone before us is to honor their sacrifice. The promises we made to one another and to treat everyone with dignity and respect. And the promises we made to future generations of Americans to remain the beacon to the world. Promise Me America is about my faith in America and the American people. I hope you'll read it, and I hope it strengthens your faith in what we can do as a nation and a people.
Wow. So yeah, he's writing a book. Bro, the way he talks sounds much more like Nick Mullin impression. I can't believe this guy was president. Crazy, isn't it? He chose to step aside. Yeah, no, he didn't choose shit. So it's coming out in November. It's available for pre-order. But the American people did not seem to be in the mood to read Biden's new book, which we all know was written by an uncredited ghostwriter. They responded with a series of replies to the announcement. As one will notice, many also roast him for his constant use of the AutoPen signature while in the White House. The smile at the end was very creepy. It sounds like AI voice dub. Probably. Democrat Mama Pelosi forced little boy Joe out to get out of the race. Yeah. By the way, saw 2 Afghans we processed still in town where I was in Walmart. F. Joe Biden. Yeah. His life with Jill began as an affair when she was married. That is true. That is true. Very strange. She was the babysitter, wasn't she? I would have bought this book, Joe, but I died in the winter of death after you lost patience with me for not getting the COVID shot. Oh, wow. Title should have been, I Was President? Move over, Ashley, I'm coming in. That's what it should be titled, right? I'm pretty sure the whole commercial was AI. Probably. Did you write it with an auto pen? It's called Auto Pen and Me, How a Potato Pretended to Run the Country. Oh, wait. I forgot. The memoirs of a man who forgot a lot of things, including the title of this book. Joe Biden. That's funny. No, you have not. Somebody may have and bought you some ice cream, but you have not written anything. Hell, you can't even speak a full sentence without being up on all kinds of drugs. Lay back down, Joe. Raising money for your library, the Auto Pen Library. Oh, look at that. That is awesome picture. The Auto Pen Library. Jill cheated on Joe by getting married. He had to kill his first wife. Wow. Any news on Joe Biden gave Kamala Harris 91 million US dollars yet? No, I haven't heard that. I don't know. He can hardly speak. What a joke. So the big guy is broke now. Yeah, that's he's broke. A reading of Hop on Pop by Ashley Biden is the opening act at the Biden National Library. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, you didn't. You didn't go there. Still cooler than the Obama obelisk. Yeah. Joe Biden has been the crypt keeper for decades. Yes. I heard Biden raised $8 million for his library. That's pathetic. Yeah. You like that title. Okay. It looks like a cash register with a pen. Yeah. The title should be, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black. Yeah. It does kind of look like a cash register, doesn't it? Cha-ching. Cha-ching. I had no idea AutoPen wrote entire books. Already pre-ordered, Mr. President. Promise me. Ashima Fana Hajabodavajava. Yes. Designated Survivor was a good series until they got too close with pandemic, then canceled. Wow. Yeah. Almost as if all these comments and headlines are conforming a worldwide military operation. Huh. Obama's library looks like a robot penis. I thought it looked like the thing from Star Wars. The thing that what were they called? The Jawas came in. You know, the Jawas came in when Luke went to buy R2D2 and C3PO. It's pathetic that he only has 8 million, or was he able to get 8 million? Yes. Something. The library looks like an igloo cooler, holds the ice cream from melting. Could be the swamp draining. It's all good until it ain't. The crawler. Yeah, the sand crawler. Yeah. That's what I thought Obama's library looked like. The sand crawler from I Am We Tall Did. We all, what do I know? It looks like a concentration camp. Oof. Biden's book backfires as critics mock the auto pen. Let's see. So strange things were afoot during Biden's presidency amid the auto pen. Well, let's see. They always get me with this stupid commercial.
The House Oversight Committee's report on President Biden's use of the auto pen raises questions about his 11th hour batch of pardons and clemencies. While some critics call for his actions to be considered null and void, others are saying this points to deeper questions about presidential clemency powers. Let's bring in former Deputy Assistant Attorney General Tom Dupree. Tom, what questions do you have still about the former president's use of the auto pen?
Well, John, I have a lot more questions after reading this report, which is a bit of a blockbuster. Look, we always knew that very strange things were afoot in the final days of the Biden administration. And what this report shows is not only that aides who were very close to President Biden in those final days went on kind of an auto pen signing signature frenzy, but they may possibly have done so and signed President Biden's name to pardons without President Biden's knowledge or approval. We don't exactly know what went on behind the scenes, but I think the committee has done a very good job of trying to put a spotlight on this. And now it's asking the Justice Department to take a look to see if it can figure out what went on.
Yeah, it strikes me that all of these people who are going to no King's Day parades might take a look at that and wonder whether there were people in the White House who were not elected issuing pardons.
Well, that's the thing. Our Constitution vests the power of the pardon in the president and the president alone. And although presidents in the past have used auto pens in the modern era, and that's accepted, what you can't do is sign the president's name to something using the auto pen that the president himself hasn't approved. And that's what I think the Justice Department is going to have to get to the bottom of here.
Andy McCarthy is a well-known and frequent guest on Fox, former assistant U.S. attorney. Here's what he wrote in National Review. He says, no one is going to be prosecuted over the Biden pardons, which will not be judicially nullified. Under the immunity ruling, it is up to Congress to address executive misconduct. Beyond the Comer Committee's exposure of the auto pen pardon malfeasance, there is nothing more to be done. A little bit disheartening, I guess, in a country that prides itself on the rule of law, Tom.
Well, look, I think Andy is absolutely right in that any prosecution arising from this whole auto pen situation would be difficult. They interviewed President Biden, and he claimed, at least he said, that he had approved all of these, that may or may not be true, but it would be difficult to prove it, given that Biden himself has said, yeah, I signed off on all these pardons. But I do think there is more to be done here in the sense of Congress, as Andy noted, is Congress putting a spotlight on all of this, bringing it to the attention of the American public. And maybe Congress can take some action here, possibly putting permissible limits on the use of the auto pen, or otherwise trying to bring in some safeguards to ensure that when the pardon power is exercised, it's actually done at the behest of the president, not at the behest of aides to the president who are trying to put one over on him.
More now from Andy McCarthy. He writes, I am mildly amused by the ongoing controversy, which Republicans have labeled the auto pen presidency. That's because they don't call it what it really is, the pardon scandal, which is to say yet another scandal involving a constitutional power of the presidency that should have been repealed years ago and has become synonymous with corruption. What do you think about that last part? Do you think it's time that presidents lose the ability to just willy-nilly forgive federal crimes?
Well, I'm not sure I would eliminate the pardon power entirely. Look, it's been part of our Constitution for hundreds of years, and I think it can serve a very valid purpose when you have people who are wrongfully convicted or who have turned over a new leaf in prison and deserve to get a pardon. But what happened at the end of the Biden presidency is very disturbing, that he pardoned about 2,500 people, including people who had committed very serious crimes without having conducted any sort of individualized analysis of whether or not these people were in fact deserving of presidential mercy. That's a problem. And I do think it would be appropriate for Congress to at least try to look into these apparent abuses that happened at the end of the Biden presidency and see what we can do to prevent something like that from happening again.
And of course, he pardoned his own son, which he said he would never, ever, ever do. Tom Dupree.
Yeah.
Tom, thank you.
So he lies. So the memoir drew mockery. So yeah, so it's funny, it's mocking, it's all that stuff. Look at him. No, what am I gonna do? No. I think I gotta think about something. What's my name? So promise me, America. What's the promise? Is it the promise that you won't? We're not going to send Hunty to jail. So, all right. So we can all laugh and think it's funny. He wasn't there mentally. It's so sad. Yeah. So, all right, everybody. Hey, listen, 3.5 hours we've been going. All right. We got an hour left and we're $88 away from adding another hour. So if we get $88 in the next hour, we'll add another hour to the show. So just want to let everybody know where we stand. 1 hour left, unless we hit 88. I like that number, 88, though. Very interesting number. It has numerology meanings. I've heard. Pray tell. So this next story says the U.S. military will be out of Iraq by the end of September. The Iraqi prime minister and the Pentagon say. Yorkie Mom says, I just found you today and I'm a new subscriber. Well, thank you so much, Yorkie Mom. These shows go on pretty much every night, Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern time, Monday through Friday. And then on Saturday and Sunday, they're a little later, 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, depending on what I got going on Saturday and Sunday, but pretty much every night of the week. Hey, Jim, what's 88 upside down? I don't know. What is it upside down? 88. What is it backwards? The power of the executive to pardon is a necessary check on mob rule. Yes, it is. Welcome aboard, Yorkie Mom. Yes, welcome aboard. Eventually, you'll become a member of the JimTellsYou. The JimTellsYou. Because we go all night sometimes. Watch after tomorrow's address by Trump. Warp speed for all the nothing is happening, folks. Well, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. Bob spelled backwards even. Yes. Iraq is going to be a problem before Trump leaves office. I think so, too. I think it's going to be an issue. There's too much influence from Iran there, isn't there? Sweet Daydreams, what's up? Come out, wherever you are, Frisky. Frisky's around. 88 sideways is double infinity. Yes, to infinity and beyond. So the United States military will leave Iraq by the end of September. American and Iraqi officials said on Tuesday, following a 23-year presence that started with the 2003 invasion. Well, I mean, we kind of were there before that too, weren't we? I mean, weren't we in Iraq and parts of Iraq since the Gulf War? Weren't we there, like doing stuff, like all through Clinton administration, right? Did Trump say he's going to withdraw all our troops out of Iraq? I believe that's what they're saying by September. The square root of 69 is 8 something. That's right. Definitely. I hope we keep the embassy building. It is awesome. Yeah, we should have always kept the green zone area that we had. That whole thing was established with the giant embassy. Oh, hold on. I have to, 1 second here. Why I have to do this. So the U.S. president, let's see. So here, so President Trump, standing alongside Iraqi Prime Minister Ali al-Zadi at the White House, said, we don't need the military there anymore. He noted Iraq's growing relationship with oil companies. The relationship is a whole big relationship. We don't need the military. We're there to help them. We're there to protect them if need be, but we don't think that's going to be necessary. Speaking through an interpreter, al-Zadi said U.S. forces will be out of Iraq by September 30th, while U.S. companies will be inside Iraq. The Pentagon said this in a subsequent statement that it was reaffirming the 2024 agreement with Iraq to end its mission against IS fighters. Many of the U.S. troops still serving in Iraq at the time of the deal, which was made during the Biden administration, have already departed. The United States has been shifting the burden for combating IS in Iraq from American and coalition forces to Iraqi troops who have been trained by the U.S. military. American troops have been diminishing their footprint, withdrawing from air areas and consolidating forces. The U.S. invaded Iraq in March 2003 in what was called a massive shock and awe bombing campaign that lit up the skies like it was 4th of July. This is going to be a shit show. It might be, but I don't think it's going to be as bad as Afghanistan. Not right away. That prime minister won't be sitting in office by the end of the year because there won't be any office. During their press conference, I thought I heard the new leader of Iraq say that any agreements are strictly for monetary reasons. Maybe I heard it wrong. It's possible. It's possible. Iraq and Iran are against each other, but they'll team up to attack us. They're not. Well, Iraq is kind of under the, I don't know. No one can train Iraqi troops. They're untrainable. The stupid runs deep over there. There's a lot of first cousin marriage in Iraq. So the invasion was based on what turned out to be faulty claims that Saddam Hussein had secretly stashed weapons of mass destruction. Such weapons never materialized. I hate when they say this because there was certain weapons of mass destruction, just not nuclear weapons. The U.S. presence grew to more than 170,000 troops at the peak of the counterinsurgency operations in 2007. Iraq capitulated. That's what it sounds like. They can't do jumping jacks. Yes, that's right. The Obama administration negotiated to draw down of forces, and in December 2011, the final combat troops departed, leaving only a small number of military personnel behind the staff and Office of Security Assistance and a detachment of Marines to guard the embassy compound. Yeah. No WMDs. Okay, ask the Kurds. What a stupid thing to say. Yeah. The Kurds would beg to differ. In 2014, the rise of the Islamic State group and its rapid capture of a whole swath across Iraq and Syria brought U.S. and partner nations back at the invitation of the Iraqi government to help rebuild and retrain the police and military units that had fallen apart and fled. Iraqis will be dancing in the streets real soon. Could be. Yes, gas equals WMDs. Yes, gas is a WMD. Chemicals, gas, yeah. They had that. After IS lost its hold on the territory it once claimed, coalition military operations ended in 2021. The U.S. had maintained about 2,500 troops in Iraq for training and to conduct partner counter-IS operations. Many have withdrawn since the 2024 agreement to end the mission, with just a small contingent of military advisors and others still remaining in Iraq. Didn't Trump say there was no WMDs when he had a debate with one of the Bush clan? I can't remember who it was. Yeah, Trump said that we were lied into the war. Because the whole thing about them developing nuclear weapons, that was a lie. That wasn't true. They were not developing nuclear weapons. But them saying WMDs is a different story. Like, it's all too blackpilling. It is. Can we watch them do jumping jacks? We need a laugh. Iraq's banks just set standards for U.S. dollar deposits and withdrawals. Ooh. Crazy times, crazy times. Then we got this story out of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania faces a choice to either limit gambling addiction quickly or preserve revenue. Pennsylvania's online casinos need new regulations that would transform how they are allowed to operate, according to a state report on options to address what some mental health experts are calling an urgent and escalating public health challenge. See, I would personally think Pennsylvania would want to focus on the drug crisis that's happening in like Kenilworth district and stuff like that. You know, like the zombies that you see the pictures of, all strung out on shit. The chemical weapons they had, the U.S. had supplied them earlier. Some of them, yes. But they did have facilities to develop some of their own stuff, if I'm not mistaken. At the heart of the new state report on gambling addiction is a choice that isn't resolved. Should Pennsylvania address the problem quickly and risk denting the gambling industry's revenue, or study it more carefully and issue targeted changes more slowly? There was no lie. They had WMDs, just not what people here think when they say WMDs. And they got a bunch of stuff out before the war started. I'm not saying more. No, I know they did. A bunch of stuff went to Iran. Yeah. That was Jeb Bush. Yeah, Jeb Bush. 69 is awesome, but 77 is better because you get 8 more. Yes. There you go. So some of the changes include making it illegal to gamble with a credit card, requiring gamblers to place self-imposed limits on their betting, creating new restrictions on advertisement. The legalization of online casinos in Pennsylvania in 2017 has led to the creation of the largest online gambling market in the country. The Commonwealth's $7.7 billion in total gambling profits in 2025 now rivals all of the casinos on Las Vegas Strip, and its profits are growing 10 times as fast as Nevada's. Yes. Iraq publicly announced Hezbollah a terrorist organization. Oh. Iraq capitulated. Okay. Pittsburgh is the 5th largest market for gambling in the country for advertising. The widespread availability of online casinos has created a surge in the number of Pennsylvanians banning themselves from casinos, a potential reflection of the financial and emotional fallout of a gambling disorder. Pennsylvanians are at least twice as likely to suffer from gambling addiction as the country of a whole. Wow. That's all evil money. Yes. Yikes. Ken Krause, what's up? You want a link, Jim? For what? If you want to put a link in there, go ahead. The Joint Commission report written by staff and overseen by Ronald Green-Noble, the Commission's assistant counsel, cites a number of studies. And they say in some cases they could lead to suicides. Definitely. Definitely leads to suicides. So the Psychiatric Society of Pennsylvania and Medicine issued a joint statement pointing out the biggest risks may still be ahead. 1 in 4 Pennsylvanians are estimated to be at risk of developing a gambling addiction. No, you can only put links in Rumble, Great Eagle. Rumble's the only place. YouTube won't let people put links. Only Rumble will. Okay. So if you want to put a link, you got to go to Rumble. So the report made it clear that gambling is not a personal failing. It's a public health issue. Also, everything, it's not anyone's fault. All right. One side mount my last lithium battery into a charger. I'm hitting the rack. Okay, Doan. How do I get Rumble here? It's Rumble. Rumble.com. I don't know. RUMBLE. 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 So if the new regulations are adopted, including a proposal to limit VIP programs, they're going to limit the VIP programs so people won't get many of the harms she faced would be prevented. So yeah, if they don't give I've had so many quit dates. Imagine if you start quitting drinking and someone kept leaving alcohol at your doorstep and left coupons for alcohol at your doorstep. No, you don't have to pay for Rumble. It's free. Rumble is free. It's just like YouTube. It's Rumble, rumble.com, www.rumble.com. And you get Jim Tells You, same thing. It's a free app. So the American Gaming Commission did not respond to requests for comments. The new report lays out the total economic benefits. There's no denying that the revenue from online gambling and sports betting can be economically beneficial over time in states where iGaming is legal. The authors of the report found only 3 credible estimates of how much money the gambling industry's profits may be coming from people with a gambling disorder. One report shows 5% of gamblers lead to 75% of casino profits. That doesn't make any sense to me. 5% of gamblers lead to 75% of their profits. Another study says that just 0.5% of gamblers are responsible for 70% of profits. Oh, that's a big difference. That's a 10x change. And a large study says that 5% of gamblers are responsible for 2/3 of profits. Faster measures proposed by the report could diminish revenues. Those include prohibiting companies from accepting credit cards similar to rules for in-person casinos, requiring gamblers to put limits on how much they're willing to lose and how long they're willing to spend gambling ahead of time rather than allowing gamblers to opt into these limits. Banning promotions for guests who don't have an account and banning promotions generated by AI. What the fuck? Banning in-game sports gambling that happens in the middle of a contest rather than before a game starts, which can lead to compulsive gambling. Oh, they want to ban prop bets. Wow, you all are still going. I just got to work. It's going to be a grand night indeed. Hee, thumbs up, people. Well, it could keep going, Critter. We got about 40 minutes left to go unless we hit the $88. Banning VIP programs that offer personalized concierge service and thousands of dollars in incentives that some reports say have been used to keep people gambling even after big losses. Iraqi Special Forces. Oh, okay. Anyway, I don't know. That's just, they want to just try to make people, So Josh Shapiro did not respond, and they're going to hold hearings. It's not like we're shutting down the industry. We just want to control it. So I don't know. We'll see. So I don't know. Pennsylvania, fuck with your gambling and try to put limits on what you can bet on. So good luck. This says report. Foreign ministry circulates a memo to Iraqi banks, agencies, and companies classifying Hezbollah as a terrorist organization at the request of the U.S. Treasury. What do you know? Who's a bulla? Houthis should be included too, because a large portion of Iraq's money is being looted to fund the Houthis. Well, there you go. Interesting. And then Iraqi jumping jacks be like, so this is the Iraqi Special Forces.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Wow. That's pretty pathetic. Coordination underway, yes. Afghan jumping jacks be like, so this is the Afghanis. All right, Rob, have a nice night.
I'm in.
That's a result of no PE in grade school. Calisthenics, calawatics, yes. They have firm body dysmorphia, why don't they affirm a gambling addiction? Yeah, right. That's what they should do, right? Affirm a gambling addiction. Good night, Rob. Take care. Damn it, I hadn't followed on YouTube. Was going to post the Rumble link. Well, go follow on YouTube, DK Spiracy. You should do that. I got a rant. Awesome. What do you know? I got a rant from dyslexic retard. I ain't got much, but I do appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, I got a Rumble now. Great. Great Eagle says. Look at that. Great Eagle's on Rumble. That's awesome. Can you say short bus? Yes, I can. Thank you so much, dyslexic retard. I am not dyslexic. I am dyslexic, so that's how I read it that way. Now we're not 87 away, folks, just 87 away from adding a third additional hour of the show. Thank you so much. Yes, paidtoshopcanada.com. Yes. Hello on Rumble. Cannon fodder. Yes. Why do I feel like whatever we do for these people will come back and bite us in the ass? Starfish Prime. Could be. That's a result of inbreeding and low IQ. Definitely. Believe it or not, in basic, we had a guy who couldn't do side straddle hots either. That MFR made me laugh out so loud the DS smoked my ass and made me teach Opie. Great times. Yeah. That'll happen. Remember mountain climbers? I'm not sure, but I know they are Democrats. Definitely. Who's they? These are first they were Iraqis, then they Jim, when it launches, I donate here more. Okay. Thank you. Smash that like, that's right. I wondered about your POS, Jim. It's only 5 p.m. on your end. No, it's where I am, it's almost 11 p.m. My pause. No, it's 11 p.m. on my end. Just about. Transgender person who fled the United States for the Netherlands now complains about being harassed by the Muslims over there. Don't say. A transgender person was born male but now identifies as a woman. Yeah, I'm East Coast. I'm in Florida. I'm in Florida. If that was here, they'd all be given extra drills. Yeah. Almost 11 p.m. Eastern. Yep. Same person was recently interviewed, complained about being harassed by Muslim migrants in the Dutch country. How many times have we seen something like this before? People on the left who flee America looking for something better almost never find what they're looking for. Is this the comedy block of the show? Maybe. It's 3 p.m. New Zealand time tomorrow. Well, you're in the future. I did follow on YouTube. Got to wait 5 minutes. Oh, man, that's terrible. Salt for slugs. Slugs for salt. That's right. So the Dutch town of Terlepel has a population of just 10,000, was sabotaged by its own government. Over 2,200 asylum seekers were dumped in this town. Wow. Most of them young Muslim men. The center used to house the asylum seekers tops out at 2,000. So according to newspapers, between 40 and 100 asylum seekers have spent their days outside the center. Uh-oh. Naturally, the influx of hostile foreigners who are not interested in integrating has deteriorated conditions. Violence has become enough of a problem that the Red Cross and Dutch Council for Refugees have withdrawn their aid workers from the grounds. It's scary. It's legitimately scary. DK Spiracy is from New Zealand. Oh. That IV. Okay. It's legitimately scary. I decided that my mental health is degrading so substantially that I need to get out. Okay, ready? You guys ready for this dude in the dress? John Nolte's a rare good journalist for Israeli Breitbart. Okay.
Between here and there is a bunch of Algerians and Moroccans.
All right, let's see. I got to turn it off.
Between here and there is a bunch of Algerians and Moroccans or whoever who think that queer people should be beaten. I think that this system where you have people just living out here that are unhappy is not good.
Yeah. And do you think it's safe here?
No, I don't think it's here.
Oh, it's scary. It's legitimately scary. I decided that my mental health is degrading so substantially being here that I just need to get out. And the situation that I have in the US as a trans person, not good, right? But here I will be heard.
I will be heard. Oh, okay. No, don't come back. Why don't they even try to talk like a lady? Well, you know, not. That's called basic training here in the States. If the unit doesn't flow as one, they repeat until they do. Yeah. Like, oh my God, did you guys see that or they fail? Yeah. Did you see the Canadians going to do to shoot like the salute or whatever? And they were marching and they were all like, they looked like the Canadians looked like they were doing some kind of, salute on a gun, on our piece of artillery piece. And crazy. They looked like those Iraqis and stuff. Did you know all the missing trans people are not allowed to be on milk cartons? Can only be put on half and half. Oh, it's because the Canadians are Iraqis now. Yeah. What's up? Roll the dice. Roll the dice. That's standing to right of Puckmaster and eval. Swing, release. That was insane. The Canadians are not there yet. Well, did you see that? You know what I'm talking about, right? When they're going and they're trying to march and they looked like it was like, I didn't see it. I didn't look like a single. Sorry about that. I had a cough. I muted it. My bad. So what was I saying? The Canadians are Iraqis now. Well, they're not there yet. So yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Sorry, we'll go back. So so many people on the American left think they are victims of oppression and don't seem to have the slightest idea how good they have things here. Even trans people in the United States can, for the most part, lead positive, happy lives. The only time American conservatives have any problem with them is when they go after kids. Leave the kids alone. Stay the fuck away from kids. Stop messing with kids. That's it. If you're an American, you won the international lottery. Be thankful. So Trump immediately fires judge appointed Dem U.S. attorney just 54 minutes after being sworn in. They were having trouble marching in order. Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. China trying to take all of Canada here and their oil. Yes. I really didn't think that was going to be put on screen. Okay. Jimbo, no sound. Sorry. Prime Minister Carney's dealing with China. Pancake Earth is a hill I'm dying on. I don't read lips. Sorry. You couldn't hear it. All right. They can't lead happy lives because they're trannies. Well, it's possible. They might need some kind of medication to, mentally fix their brains. They don't want you to believe as long as you're confused. The Jews would have you believe it's shaped like a dildo. Well, it depends on which Jews you're talking about. So on Wednesday, the White House immediately terminated the Democrat prosecutor with whom a group of federal judges appointed to replace the Trump administration interim U.S. attorney for the Western District of Washington, Neil Floyd, resulting in a major clash. Floyd will remain in his position. The district's 17 federal judges appointed Roger Jagoff, a former King County Superior Court judge, to replace the first assistant U.S. attorney. Floyd has not been formally nominated by Trump, so the federal judges decided to select their own U.S. attorney under a contested federal law that allows judges to make appointments if a nomination has not been sent to the Senate. Jagoff's appointment was seen as going behind the department's back, as the Constitution states that only the president has the power to pick U.S. attorneys. Jagoff was sworn in at 7:40 and 54 minutes. Later, he received an email from the White House stating he'd been fired. He has reached out to the Trump administration, but has not yet had a reply. He also did not hear from them in the lead up to his appointment. Yay, can chat in here now. Unmute is working fine. Thank you. The latest news on foreign judges ruling America. It's crazy. Texas mayor illegally voted in 5 felonies. Well, that's, that's how they do if they're a demon rat. That's how they do. So he says, we're working on legal action right now, Jagoff told the Seattle Times, citing sources familiar with the matter. Journalist and podcaster Brandy Cruz reported that Jagoff attempted to boot Floyd out of his office on Wednesday morning, only to be terminated instead. Drama unfolding at the Justice Department. Federal judges appointed their own U.S. attorney, Neil Floyd. The judge's choice, Roger Jagoff, showed up this morning at 8 a.m. to try to take the office. Leon Kane, who is 25 years, my best friend, doing a new platform to help all low-income families, mop shops. Hey, that's awesome. Hey, it's okay now. Thank you, Gigi's mom. No sound. I had my cough button, and I thought I hit it again. I didn't. Sorry. Hey, to all the YouTube viewers, it's DK-spiracy. Thank you for being here. Where are we at on the minutes left and donations to keep the stream going? We are 25 minutes left, and we're still $87 away. I play on Rumble, less censorship. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's why I love Donald J. Trump. You're fired. So similar instances have played out in several other states, such as New York and New Jersey. Acting Attorney General Blanche previously made it clear that judges don't pick U.S. attorneys. President Trump does. Blanche cited Article 2 of the Constitution. Trump's DOJ has terminated judge-appointed U.S. attorneys who attempted to replace their selections. District court judges can appoint a temporary U.S. attorney, and POTUS can fire them. When judges abandon their time-honored process of consultation with the administration so that the selected U.S. attorney is qualified to serve the administration, Roger Jagoff has been fired by the president. They just picked some guy that they liked. Doan says, thank you for the chat, Jim. Everybody be cool. Well, thanks, Doan. Thanks for being here. Have a nice night. Roger Jagoff is eminently qualified, says Patty Murray. Throughout his career. Well, Patty, here's the thing. You don't get to pick, Patty. You're not president. So he should have never been fired, but the president wants to appoint an out-of-touch extremist who will put Trump over the rule of law. The president is in charge of who prosecutes crime. That is absolute presidential power, executive power. The people of Washington deserve someone in a role. Well, they get who the president picks, unless you're saying you're going to secede from the union. I really wanted to like Rumble, but I find it clunky. Yeah, of course Patty likes him. Well, yeah. The president needs to understand the DOJ works for the American people. It's not his personal law firm. No, the DOJ is part of the executive branch. What are you talking about? President Trump is the only person elected by the entire people. He's in charge of the executive branch. These people, they're like delusional about how government works. Floyd was appointed by former Attorney General Pam Bondi in October 2025, was promoted to first assistant U.S. after his 120-day statutory term ended. The region's top prosecutor did not advance the nomination process after being halted by a long-standing Democrat Senator, Patty Murray. Oh, okay. So she thinks she could just block people and get the person she wants in there. If you can upload stickers, you can. I don't know what that means. Or emojis. Well, I have emojis, custom emojis on YouTube. I don't know about on Rumble. So Floyd will remain in place as the first assistant U.S. attorney following Jagoff's termination. U.S. District Court for Western District of Washington is where many lawsuits have been filed against President Trump's policies since he returned to the White House. So yeah, so that's what they're doing. That's the game they're playing. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. My bad. Let me fix it. No. My bad. So that was the QR code, Jim. Oh, okay. Rumble is greater than YouTube. We're free here. You should reward the platform with attention. Coney, I pull up chats from Rumble all the time. I talk about it. There's nothing I can do. I mean, attention how? How do I give it attention? I don't understand. It doesn't give me the ability to upload any custom emojis or anything like that to Rumble. I still gave him a like and follow on YouTube. I wish everybody would. Only one person in government is elected by the country. Everyone else gets elected by regions. Only Trump's name appeared in all 50 states. Droopy Dog only appeared in Washington, so go fly a kite, lady. That's right. You can add specialized emotes in Rumble. You can? Oh, you're talking to the YouTube viewers, not you, Jim. Oh, okay. Oh. I didn't know. How do you do it? Where's it at? Someone's going to have to tell me. I was on one panel with you, Jim. I think it was duct tapes. Oh, okay. Oh. Duck fat, you mean? Or duct tape? I don't know. I go on panel shows on Rumble stuff. So check this story out. A Texas woman practicing pole dancing in her apartment sets off fire sprinklers and floods the building. Wow. That's a big one. A woman living in Houston area of Texas was practicing pole dancing in her apartment when the pole slipped and tripped off the unit's fire sprinkler. By the time the water was shut off, multiple units below her had been flooded. Wow. Navigate to Rumble account emotes or to emote module under your channel settings. Supported formats are PNG or GIF with max. Oh, okay. I'll check it out. She must be hot. Yeah, to set off the fire sprinklers. Super hot. Of course, it's a fatty. Note to aspiring exotic dancers, find a place other than home to practice your skills. Can you imagine being a landlord or building manager? You wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Max size is 512, 512, less than a megabyte. Names must contain letters and numbers only. Okay. I will definitely take care of that. I'll put some of the ones from what poll was she using? They probably, I don't know. I think they sell them. The friction alone caused the sparks. Monthly subscribers uploaded emotes are subject to moderator review. A red border indicates rejection. Okay. West Houston woman's pole dancing ended in disaster. Asha Gilbert was filming herself in her living room on July 6th as she followed along to a pole dance workout tutorial. Right as she began spinning on the pole, the top dislodged from the ceiling and hits the fire sprinkler, causing water to shoot everywhere. Immediately, I'm in shock because I'm like, oh my gosh, this cannot be happening to me. The pole was a recent addition to the living room. She said a colleague had given it to her just 3 days prior. He was like, hey, I have this pole. I'm giving it away. Do you want it? So a guy gave her the pole for her to dance on. So I think that's like was that a guy who wanted her to dance on the pole? I bet the weight limit said 300 pounds, probably. But when she and a friend installed it, they didn't anchor it to the ceiling. Instead, they relied on the pole's natural tension between the ceiling and the floor. It wasn't even I thought I could possibly hit the sprinkler. We were worried more about hitting a wall. You end up feeling badly for this woman. Oh, okay. So she videotaped it. This is awesome. She videotaped it. They didn't anchor it to the ceiling. Yeah. Just wedged it. Yeah. That's right.
Every 2 or 3 sets here, that is when the arm starts to wrap. That is when you're pulling too much and go again. So keep leaning away from the pole, looking at that top wrist, and you can readjust the hand.
No, not hot at all. Like, look at this. Like, she. Boom. Wow. I mean, it like, boom, it just went perfectly for it. I mean,
That is when you're pulling too much and go again. So keep leaning away from the pole, looking at that top wrist, and you can readjust the hand.
now there's usually emergency shutoffs places you could go shut it off. There would be a thing you go shut off the emergency, shut it off. I hope she was insured. Where's the ceiling bird chirp? You know, it's strange that I didn't hear one. You know, maybe they don't have smoke detectors. Maybe they just have guess she's losing that security deposit. She's getting sued, I would think. She's going to lose a lot of money. She's going to be sued big time. Big time.
Come on, dude!
Wow. Going for long, she might want to take up another form of exercise. Going for long must be nice. There'd be no danger of flooding her house. Wow. Wow. New Hampshire demon rat caught speeding at 107 miles per hour in a 65 mile an hour zone now claims legislative privilege, and it means that she's above the law, not subject to the same rules as her constituents. She achieved growth, all that water. Yeah. You think she knows that? No. Well, that's what I'm saying. There is come on, not all of us are that dumb. Well, I don't know, like she wasn't in the ghetto. Alarms are hardwired into the backup generator. I think she should just pack up and leave the state at this point. Yeah, that lady has lots of batteries. Yes, definitely. To add an emoji to the Rumble comments or chat, use your device's native emoji keyboard. Okay. This woman, of course, it's this woman. I can speed. I'm a legislature. I can speed. You can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to do. I can do whatever I want. You can't tell me what to do. So another Democrat rules for thee, but not for me. Am I the only Fed here? Back me up. Someone? Anyone? Fry, Bueller. We finna flood the ceiling bird till he quit chirping. Yes. Constitutional right to speed. That's right. Mm-hmm. So according to court documents, the state representative Ellen Reed from Newmarket, who is seeking re-election, has argued that deputies had no authority to stop or charge her because she was protected by legislative privilege while traveling to or from legislative duties. Reed has attempted to have both traffic cases dismissed on the grounds, even taking the issue to the New Hampshire Supreme Court, which declined to hear her appeal at this stage. The Globe reported that Reed was first clocked driving 107 and a 65 on Interstate 93 in December 2024. She was later cited again after allegedly traveling 92 on the same highway in June 2025. Yeah, the morbidly obese have unresolved childhood trauma. They do. That's they do's. That they do's. They do's, they do's, they don'ts, they do's, they don'ts. They don'ts, they do's, they don'ts, don't do's, don't, they don't, they do's, they don't do's, don't, they don't, they do's, the do's, do's. Oh, hey, I forgot. I'm gonna put a link in the chat, and I'm gonna ask everybody to take a second and open up a new tab or something and go over and follow this guy's channel real quick. I'm trying to help him get some subs. His name's Paul Cotter. He's just running a thing where he's showing like his bird feeders and stuff that he's watching, but you know, it's just like a thing with like news and stuff. But I don't know, just give him a sub. You don't have to watch if you don't want, but just give him a sub, check him out. Trying to get him over 100 subs. That's all. So maybe check it out, and if possible, you know, check him out there. I don't know. I did drop a CommuTube link. I'm just asking for people to follow. The guy doesn't have a Rumble. I'm just trying to get him subs on YouTube real quick. No biggie. I did drop a CommuTube. I don't have access to my YouTube. Sorry. They should make her own lane on the freeway like in Russia. Why does it keep doing that? Why does it keep going to my main account and not my JimTellsYou account? Sorry. Yes. With the price of birdseed, that channel's a great idea. Maybe you should have a Rumble account. I'm going to talk to him about it. I'm friends with his son, so I'm going to talk to his son about it. Maybe. You already follow him already. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I stubbed and even have an open tab for his view hours count. Well, thank you. Thank you, Joe. Yes, I do too. So rather than simply contesting the facts of the citation or paying the fines, the entitled state rep has argued that the New Hampshire Constitution legislative immunity provision prevents law enforcement from arresting or charging lawmakers while they are traveling to and from legislative sessions. And court filings read has likened herself to emergency responders such as police officers or EMTs, suggesting the legislature should be similarly exempt from routine enforcement while carrying out their official duties. Still, Reed complained the charge was equivalent to an arrest, even though she was not taken into custody. She argued that it violated the Constitution as she was a legislature traveling from the Capitol. Her attorney, former fellow state lawmaker Daniel Hines, argued that legislative privilege meant evidence that led to Reed's negligent driving charge was illegally obtained and moved to have it dismissed, but the motion was denied. They're just trying anything to get this person out of it. So she was found guilty of non-criminal charge and fined $1,240. The court also threatened to revoke her license if she received another moving violation. Her August hearing is for a deferred portion of the sentence, during which she may face greater repercussions, especially in light of her other speeding charge. Bella's drinking some water. Let me move the camera for her. During the second stop that led to the speeding charge, Reed allegedly shouted at the deputy and angrily told him that he had no understanding of the state constitution or her privileged status as a lawmaker, according to Major Bashaw. Sounds like her privilege was denied. Yes, white woman privilege denied. The interaction lasted 10 minutes and ended with the deputy giving her a ticket. Funny, funny, funny. President Trump's going to replace illegal alien truckers with American veteran drivers. That's awesome news. Awesome news. The way I look at it. Awesome news. Isn't 107 reckless driving? You would think so. It's a bummer that that's YouTube. Yeah, I know, but it is what it is. So. I have to decide. I don't think we got about 10 or 15. She got away with a citation. Yes. You know, I have to decide what channel do you guys want to raid tonight when the show ends? Because I don't think we're going to hit the $87. Should you guys want to go to watch Joe and Cynic, or do you guys want to go watch Third Railify? What do you guys want to watch tonight? What's the plan? What do you think? Any ideas? Because I don't see anybody else really going tonight. I mean, I think I have to decide. Joe next? Okay, good idea. All right. President Trump to replace illegal alien truckers with American veterans. So on Wednesday, Republican President Trump. Oh, I got to fix Bill's camera again. She moved again. Joe and Cynic. All right. We're going to raid the cult. Joe. All right. I will try to Star Wars Girls is Pregger again. Yeah, she's Preggers again. I would send everybody over there, but she blocked me on X because she doesn't know how to read. So we're having me and her are having words until she sorts it out. Until she figures it out. Eventually, I think I'll get her to unblock me. It was her, just she doesn't know how to read. So that's just that way that is. Anyway, thanks, Jim. See y'all later, lovely people. No problem. Thanks for being here, Silly. Seek Trucking here in California has run a lot of trucking firms out of business. Star Wars is pregnant again. Joe, if the laughed hyena wasn't his guest. Oh, you don't like him? She's in Cali. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know, but she it's just a thing in Twitter. She got something happened. So the second 20 over is 90 days spent license suspended. Wow. So Trump's going to replace all the illegal immigrant truckers with American veterans. This follows a waiver of road fatalities. Today, I'm making one of the most important announcements, says Trump. My administration will take historic action to get illegal alien truck drivers off the roads.
Today, I'm making one more important announcement. My administration will soon take historic action to get illegal alien truck drivers who are just killing a lot of people. They can't read signs. Many of them are on drugs or alcohol, and they shouldn't be driving these things. And they came in totally illegally, and we don't want them, but they are driving all over American roadways, and we're going to replace them with proud American veterans who are going to take our veterans, who are going to make them, we're going to teach them a lot about driving trucks. And in many cases, they know. We're going to say any American who's driven a heavy truck for our military will automatically be eligible for a commercial driver's license. So we're going to get them taken care of. And the radical left is very much opposed to that, but it doesn't matter what they want because we're the ones that are running it.
Wow. That's crazy. That's insane. That's insane. That is insane in the membrane. Salty, exactly, way over the top. Oh, see, that's what so that's good news. So the president explained that all veterans will be experience driving U.S. military trucks will automatically be eligible for a commercial driver's license. He's described the illegal immigrant truck drivers as drug and alcohol addicts who lack English language. DHS asked, so they're basically going to say that if you have a driver's license on military, you stream 24/7. What? Have a good night and thank you, Jonathan. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were streaming right now. You're streaming right now. You're streaming right now, huh? Wow. 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 I'm streaming you at the moment, though. You do good news. Well, thank you. Horrible idea. Some soldiers drive like crap. Only 88 M's are the pros. Is it okay if Leon Kane comes on here? I don't know who Leon Kane is. I'm sorry. I don't know who that is. I think Cynic used to be known as the Angry Turnip. Really? Huh. I don't know. So Trooper Perry is one of the Americans who have been killed by illegal immigrant truckers. Trump's launched a crackdown. So I don't know. I mean, I like the idea that the military people will I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I mean, I don't really do interviews with people. It's not like what I do. So, I mean, I don't really do an interview shows. I don't really do that. So I don't know. So I don't know what to do with that type of thing. So, so new cases slow in New York City. Legionnaires' disease outbreak. Met museum among buildings with positive tests. So so Legionnaires' disease outbreak in New York City. Now the cases come to 60. If you raid me, I will just start going through my other stuff I have saved up. Well, I was going to raid through Railify, but I don't even know if I don't even know if I have to try and change it up. Let's see. I was planning on Sean and Gina are cool. Yeah, I was gonna raid down. Are you blind here, Jim? No, what are you talking about? I'm talking to you. You said yes or no. I said I'm not, I don't do interviews. I don't do an interview, so that's what I'm saying. I don't do like interviews. I remember when Legionnaires episode and saying elsewhere, I feel old. Some sort of have a problem using our military to replace civilian workers. Trump needs to rethink it. No. They're not that's not what he's saying, Pat. What he's saying is if you served in the military and had a military driving license, they would automatically qualify you for a CDL once you get out. Not having military people do it, having people that are no longer in the military. But basically, just no one sees me here now. What are you talking about? I see you there now. What do you mean? Great Eagle, what are you talking about? I'm pulling up your chats and showing them on screen, and you're saying no one sees you. Are you blind? You see nothing? You're being funny. Okay. All right. Mhm. Mhm. You guys are fucking with them. Funny. All right. So no one has died in the outbreak in Manhattan's Upper West Side. It came a day after City Council Julie Menon, a Democrat, complained to the health department. The illness is treatable but fatal in about 10% of cases. So, I got this. British illegal alien linked to the traveling conman gang, fatally shot by a 75-year-old Vietnam veteran during a dispute at Philadelphia home. Wow, you don't understand. Huh. Traveling conman. A 20-year-old British illegal alien with suspected ties to a transnational criminal organization known as the Traveling Conmen Fraud Group. Rumble can lag. Okay. I don't see him. Yeah, me neither. I can't see you, Eagle. Was shot and killed inside the home of a 75-year-old Vietnam vet in Philly's Roxborough neighborhood. According to the FBI's terror screening center, the conman travelers are groups of Irish and UK nationals. So wait, are these like pikeys? Are these pikey travelers? Pikers? Pikeys? Travelers? Gypsies? Jippos? They come to the United States on pleasure or tourist visas and overstay them, and more commonly enter the U.S. illegally. Once in the U.S., they go to different cities soliciting construction work. The members often quote a low price and then after further inspection demand much more money or convince the homeowner that their home or business are in need of major repairs. Conmen travelers often hire day laborers, do not have work authorization documents or full permits, and do low quality, unnecessary, or incomplete work, sometimes damaging homeowners' residence. He asked who Leon Kane is. I don't know who that is. If he's you're saying he's the CEO of the new payment platform, I'd have to look into him before I you know what I'm saying? I have to look into it and stuff. We used to call them gypsies. Yes. So the deceased, identified as Salas Hannaran, was part of a construction crew doing siding work on the home when a commotion broke out inside the residence. Police say workers heard the disturbance and a gunshot. Hannaran then walked out of the home with a gunshot wound to the chest and collapsed on the sidewalk. The homeowner, a retired firefighter, Vietnam veteran, unofficial neighborhood patrolman, according to neighbors, now faces charges of murder, possession of an instrument of crime, and reckless endangerment of others. So wait, he had a gun in his house, and so they're calling it an instrument of crime? These fucking scumbags and fucking Democrats. He has a right to keep and bear arms, especially in his home. He was arraigned and denied bail. Homicide detectives are still investigating the circumstances. He added that the Department of Homeland Security confirmed Hannaran was in the United States illegally. He's been detained. He had been denied travel authorization due to his affiliation with the Traveling Conman Fraud Group. ICE and CBP never encountered before, meaning he entered or remained in the country without detection despite the red flags. What the fuck is Philadelphia doing? Huh? Right? Is this Philly? Is that what they said, right? Philly? So in Philadelphia, you can't own a gun. It's illegal to have a gun, basically. Huh. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. You can't own a gun in Philly. That's just nuts. That is just nuts. No guns in Philly, I guess. All right. All right, everybody. Let's see. That's ready. So I want to thank everybody who was here. Please remind everybody that tomorrow night will be a 7:00 show. Tomorrow. This story is really confusing. It is, right? On Rumble, you just need to click on the person's avatar. It will take you to their channel. Yes. I want to thank everybody who was here. And please remind you to come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern time. No bail for a 75-year-old. That's crazy. Yeah, for shooting a guy in his house. So all illegals are not people of color? No, these are like the Jippos. They're called Pikeys. Picos. And remind you all, come back tomorrow. Thank you. Please hit like. Please subscribe. Thank you for everything. And come back tomorrow for Jim to tell you the news.